Ladies and gentlemen, if I may kindly request your attention, we're about to commence the proceedings of Third Pakistan Prosperity Forum, Restructure, Reform, Growth. I would like to invite everyone to please gather and take your seats so we can properly start. Thank you for your attention. We're about to start in 10 minutes. So everyone please take your seats so that we can properly start. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. I'm Ikra Gilani, and it's my privilege to welcome you all to the third Pakistan Prosperity Forum. I'm thrilled to be your guide today through the third Pakistan Prosperity Forum, Restructure, Reform, Growth. Today, we're gathered at Marriott Hotel, Islamabad, to engage in a crucial discussion on economic and governance policies shaping the prosperity of Pakistan. This forum explores diverse perspectives on public debt, economic reforms, IT and tourism sector growth, and much more. We aim to foster a constructive dialogue that contributes to shaping a prosperous future for Pakistan. The Third Pakistan Prosperity Forum is being organized by the Policy Research Institute of Market Economy, PRIME, with support from the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom, FNF Pakistan. PRIME is the leading independent economic think tank founded in 2013 to promote ideas and policies supporting economic freedom. FNF is a German foundation working for a peaceful and progressive Pakistan since 1986. We're honored to start with the welcome remarks from Brigitte Lam, the director of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation Pakistan office. Her insights and leaderships have been pivotal in shaping today's agenda. Please join me in warmly welcoming Ms. Brigitte Lam, the director of the FNF Foundation Pakistan office.
Thank you so much for the kind welcoming remarks. Honorable participants and obviously dear organizers and partners of PRIME, it's always a privilege and an honor for me to be here and organize activities with you. And by now I've been here for 4 years now. I'm always happy to see so many friendly faces who I've known from roundtables, expert workshops, where we've always discussed the issues of economic development and prosperity here in Pakistan. Always also in conjunction with the issues of good governance and effective administration, because obviously if we talk about prosperity, and I think the whole world needs prosperity, and especially Pakistan, you all need, I don't need to cite you the data. You all know what the last public budget is like. You know the inflation figures. You know the ongoing continuous discussion and negotiations with the IMF. We are now, I think, in the 23rd package since the inception of Pakistan. So you also know, with all the ups and downs and external crises that impact this country, there are structural things that Pakistan needs to discuss and Pakistan needs to adjust, because otherwise the issue of prosperity will always be a vision, but it will never be a reality for a growing number of the population. And that's another issue, the growing population. So you are the fastest, or nearly the fastest growing country in South Asia. The growth rate is 3%. So that obviously means when you talk about economic growth, before you actually have, let's say, an effect on prosperity, you probably need a growth of at least 6 to 7%, because you need to accommodate to a growing population, and at the same time you also need to increase wealth. And by just having a low growth of below that, you will not even be able to grant, let's say, the same provision to the current population. And then it's of course the issue of trickling down. We all know that GDP is a good measure if you want to see the potential of an economy, a national economy as a whole. But it doesn't translate necessarily into individual well-being of the citizens. And I mean, there is a question of distribution as well, and a cohesion of society. And of course, if you talk about politics and also political stability, which is currently also an issue, but these two issues are intertwined. So if you cannot provide to the basic needs of your population and the material well-being is one of the crucial points if we talk about the Maslow pyramid, and I think there is a right point in that. The first thing is see to the basic material needs, and if people right now with the inflation going as it is at between 30 to 40% depending on how you calculate it, and people find it difficult, or lots of people, to afford 3 meals a day, or the current electricity bill is higher than the monthly income of a family, is probably not the case for the people sitting here in this room, but I would say for probably 50 to more % of the population of Pakistan, this is a real issue, and the savings go into that. So if you have this kind of a situation where lots of people are really pressed and stressed in their economic well-being, I think then also the legitimacy of a government system is at stake. And apart from, let's say, the political instability that we are having here, that also scares away foreign investors, of course, especially foreign direct investment. Direct investment and foreign, let's say, business is a very shy animal, and it can move very quickly to other destinations. But Pakistan urgently needs this kind of support in negotiations. Just relying on remittances from overseas Pakistanis to get some positive foreign currency into the country, I think it is not sustainable for the future. You need to develop the potential, which is obviously human resources, and it's also obviously your business, let's say, environment that you need to discuss. And in that respect, I think the topic is well chosen. I also feel, as liberals, we are very optimistic people. So it's also good that we talk about the Prosperity Forum and not about just crisis or budget deficits, but that we actually have a positive approach to how we would like to see future development. So in that respect, I think it's very pertinent. It's very much in line with public debate that we are having right now. And I congratulate Prime again for taking up this issue and also integrating more of an expert audience in it from academia as well as from the government sector and also entrepreneurs. And also taking into account that it's not only big business, but also some entrepreneurs who rather come from a family or an SME background, because entrepreneurship, let's face it, there are not enough jobs in this country, so most people are self-employed in one way or another. But unfortunately, most of it is informal. And with the barriers to getting formal or registered, I think there's also a big impediment to growth of this sector of the economy, which is basically the biggest one. It's around about 60 to 70%, as you call it. So I think it's good to also have entrepreneurs here who have embarked on that very risky journey, of course, and successfully, and can also share their observations, because in the end I think it is especially this segment of entrepreneurial and also risk-ready people here in Pakistan that can actually make a difference. And I think these are also the people that we need to support and to work for. And there's also something that FNF in all its world internationally in Germany as well as on a global scale is working for, because without entrepreneurship and the risk-taking of these individuals, a society cannot prosper. So we owe entrepreneurs and their innovation and also their sweat and their commitment to their families, we owe them a lot. So yeah, a big thank you to all these entrepreneurs, a big thank you to all of you for engaging in that debate. And I hope it's going to be a very meaningful discussion that we can later on introduce into public debate and hopefully also into public policy. So this back clap goes to you.
Thank you, Ms. Lam. Now, let me invite our next speaker, someone whose work in economic development is making a real impact. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Ali Salman, the Executive Director of Prime Institute. He's here to share the goals and a quick overview of what we're diving in today. His insights are not just valuable, they're crucial for the economic growth we're all here to promote.
Thank you, Ikra. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, members of the academia, think tanks, government, diplomatic community, private sector and students, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. On behalf of Prime, on behalf of Prime's team and advisory board, I warmly welcome all of you to the third Pakistan Prosperity Forum, Restructure, Reform, Growth, being organized with the support of our partner, Frederick Naumann Foundation, Pakistan. Our mission is to promote the ideas and policies for economic freedom, which for us translates into low taxes, open trade, and limited government. We conduct research, analysis, advice, and advocacy for reforming regulations and policies to create opportunities for growth. Prime has completed its 10 years of operations. With various ups and downs, not unlike Pakistan's economy, I would say, though I fully recognize the risks of this analogy also. It has sustained and has secured a place as an independent economic think tank, which has the capacity to critically evaluate policies, engage stakeholders, as well as provide expertise when required. Our work on tax reforms, led by Dr. Ikramul Haq, who is sitting here, and Huzaima Bukhari, is a great example of both critique and solution of one of the most pressing challenges, economic challenges we face today. Earlier, we also worked in the domain of domestic commerce, and I'd like to recall particularly the Street Vendors Protection Bill, which was initially prepared as a part of our project. In the sugar market reforms, advocating its free trade, which helped in allowing its export this year, although it was reversed later on, and economic manifesto tracking, which pushed then government to continue to start its own tracking, but eventually went to unfortunately sanction us also. To give you some highlights of this year, we closely worked with the government of Pakistan in assessment and recommendations for the Export Processing Zone Authority in a first ever study in 40 years, a report led by Mr. Zahiruddin Dar and Mr. Imtiaz Rastgar and our great colleague Toha Adil. We are currently coordinating with the Privatization Commission in supporting its long overdue thrust to accelerate privatization in the country. And we are excited that we'll be joining by Privatization Minister later today. We have published a report on Pakistan-EU trade prospects in the context of GSP Plus and about to publish a major report on productivity this year. Working with the Fraser Institute of Canada, we will soon publish a report on sound money and economic freedom audit of the country. Throughout the year, we have organized several sessions of Islamabad Policy Exchange by inviting representatives of the government to present reforms in their institutions. We have also supported the work of the Economic Advisory Group, which is an independent and volunteer group of economists. As the country moved to the next general elections, We have published a Charter of Economy, which is neither the first nor the only such document. It is our duty as economists and think tanks to reach out to members of political parties and other institutions and encourage them to adopt these ideas. As economics cannot be isolated from politics, our think tank politics will evolve around these ideas. As another example of our own politics and advocacy, we have activated Taxpayers Alliance Pakistan this year. It is a pressure group of professionals, business owners, and individuals to demand low taxes, government transparency, and end in the undue and wasteful government expenditures. It is a volunteer effort to represent the interests of taxpayers, and our friends Anas Farhan and Usman Azmat are spending a lot of energies to take it to the next level. I invite your attention to visit their desk in this forum and sign up. They will ask if you are an active taxpayer in Pakistan. Don't be afraid to admit. Ladies and gentlemen, now some words about this conference. The seed for our nation's economic prosperity lies on our soil. However, systematic obstruction in their growth and a heavy footprint of the state in each business sector hampers opportunities for wealth creation. In our third Pakistan Prosperity Forum, we will discuss underlying economic as well as governance issues which obstruct rather than facilitate creation of prosperity. Specifically, the objectives of third Pakistan Prosperity Forum are to present a diagnosis of economic challenges faced by Pakistan with a focus on public debt crisis, underpinned by unrestrained public spending. Also to disseminate clear, specific, and practical policy messages for economic reforms, structural reforms, and institutional reforms. And our speakers will unpack these very complex words for you. To bring together stakeholders from the community of economists, policymakers, entrepreneurs, international institutions, think tanks, and politicians, and to build a consensus on an agenda for sustained economic growth and better governance. The session and the forum will start with a keynote address by Mr. Shahid Kardar on the macroeconomic situation, focusing on the public debt crisis and prospects of debt relief. This will be followed by a presentation by Mr. Rizwan Raoji on Prime's Charter of Economy, which will present salient features of our proposals, followed by interactive sessions. In the second session, the discussion will move to micro and institutional level, and our experts will present views on both structural and institutional reforms. First, it will be addressed by Mr. Fawad Hassan Fawad, Minister for Privatization, on public sector reforms and privatization. It will be followed by Dr. Nadia Tahir, an economist. Institutional reforms will focus on downsizing and reorganization of the federal government while presenting these case studies on radical restructuring of specific institutions. I'd like to also mention here at this point, recognizing the role of PIDE and presence of Dr. Nadimul Haq, under whose leadership PIDE has done an excellent job on these regulations. In the final session, the forum will feature two leading entrepreneurs, Wahad Siraj and Zehra Shalwani, who will share their perspectives on economic prosperity while focusing on their sectors at these case studies. This time we thought that we should not just invite economists and policymakers, but also the entrepreneurs to speak, and not just an audience, on the economic policies. I would like to end my remarks at a sobering reminder, since we're talking about the debt here in the start. When Prime organized its third National Debt Conference in 2016, the speakers, including Dr. Ishfaq Hassan Khan, along with the co-author Dr. Hafiz Pasha, made some alarming projections. Presenting in 2016, they projected that Pakistan's external debt would swell to $110 billion. It was $73 billion at that point in time. And now it is $131 billion, although the figures are being revised, in 2020. And the country would be spending about 40% of its revenue on debt servicing, and it would go for another IMF program in 2018-19. This was back in 2016 in our debt conference. The proceedings were published and shared with the government. But unfortunately, we got a rebuke from then Finance Minister. In 2018, the National Debt Conference was cancelled on the pressure of the government. We hope that by revival of the debate on the public debt, we can create the right momentum for the political parties and establishment to focus on the most needed changes we need to make in the federal government, In this manner, this conference is not the goal itself, maybe a starting point. We hope that you will enjoy and engage with the conversation that this forum will generate and take it forward. I thank you and wish you a day of learning, and also with a new resolve to play a role in creating a course of actions for a better future. And I also thank please join me in thanking the team members and the partners in making this forum happen. Let me now hand over back to our wonderful colleague, Ikram.
Thank you, Ali. As we move forward, I would request Ali to please stay on stage, and I'll be inviting our other speakers as well to the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, as we transition into the next segment of the third Pakistan Prosperity Forum, I have the distinct honor of inviting our distinguished speakers to join us on stage for a panel discussion on the prospects of debt relief. I would like to invite Dr. Ikram al-Haq on stage, please. We're fortunate to have him guide our deliberations. Please now join me in welcoming to the stage an economist and former governor of State Bank of Pakistan, Shahid Kardar. Following Mr. Kardar, let's extend a warm welcome to Rizwan Raji, an esteemed economist and philanthropist. Thank you. As we proceed forward, we will now have the privilege of engaging in a vital discussion led by our esteemed chair, Dr. Ikram al-Haq. Dr. Haq brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the table, making this session a valuable opportunity for insightful dialogue. Dr. Haq is a former civil servant and advocate of the Supreme Court of Pakistan and a senior tax advisor working with the private sector. He is also a prolific writer with frequent articles in major publications. He is also the author of prime publication towards low, flat, broad, and predictable taxes. To set the stage for today's discussion, we're honored to have Shahid Kardar, former Governor, State Bank of Pakistan, deliver a keynote address on prospect of debt relief, a topic of vital importance to our nation's economic stability. Shahid Kardar is a Pakistani economist and a former provincial finance minister. He served as the 16th governor of the State Bank of Pakistan. Mr. Kardar holds an MA in economics from the University of Oxford and a chartered accountancy from the Institute of Chartered Accountant, England. Thank you, Mr. Shahid Hafiz Kardar. Over to you.
Let me, to begin with, thank Prime for providing me this opportunity to share my views. I'm one of those who follows a very basic principle that if you can't say your piece in less than 10 slides, frankly, it reflects the failure of the clarity of your thought process. Unfortunately, this time around, I've had to add 2 slides relating essentially only to the Sri Lankan case to build my argument. Otherwise, there would have been still less than 10 slides. Okay, so let me move on to the first slide very quickly. Now, it's fairly obvious. There is nothing wrong with borrowing. As long as you're creating assets to generate the returns either directly or indirectly through economic and commercial activity, generates the revenues, and you can actually service your debt. Well, that's fairly obvious. Now, of course, in our case, part of the problem has been that we have been funding wasteful, unproductive expenditures and low priority, poorly selected and designed projects. The reality today is that the servicing of the external, and in my opinion also the domestic debt, which I'll come to later, looks increasingly unsustainable. Now the gross public debt is 667% of revenues, the average being 214% for more than 20 comparator countries. Now these numbers have come directly from a presentation made at the PSD conference in Multan by Syed Ali Abbas of the IMF. Our external debt is 232% of exports, and average is 64% or more than 20 comparators. Actually, the numbers are much higher now in our case, but I have deliberately not used them. The prospects for recovery now, frankly, depend essentially on the extent to which we can bring our debt to reasonable and manageable levels. Now, which means also the the maturity of the debt, and of course the cost of the debt. What are the possible options to renegotiate contracts? That's the key question. That's the key question. Now, the issues, frankly, vary enormously because you have the issue of the foreign currency debt swaps. There are deposits with the central bank of China and the Gulf countries. They might argue that they have first right simply because that was never any debt in that form. So, and this is on the principle of seniority. The second issue is that a lot of these commercial bonds, in fact all of them without exception, where there are a large number of bondholders, they're covered legally under the New York laws. So to be able to even access some kind of legal relief, the chances tend to be fairly limited. So what am I saying? Debt restructuring will be a complex, no shortcut solution, no quick fixes. And the example is before us. There are more than 30 countries seeking debt relief in severe debt stress. And only 4 to 5 have actually tried to get debt relief, and it has been more than 1 year for the negotiations to be continuing. These are numbers I'm just sharing. The most important one is really the number on gross public debt, which is important because when I discuss the Sri Lankan case, this will become relevant. Just sharing these numbers and the breakdown of external debt, as I said, the numbers are more current. They're 128 billion. I won't go into details. The category and ratios for external debt, 66.5 billion, more than 50% of total, was added in the 1990s and between 2008 and 2018. I'm grateful to Dr. Ashfaq Hassan Khan, who provided this number in the PSD conference in Multan. The average repayment period is about 6.5 years. In 2023, last year, 20.8 billion was actually spent on repayment and on interest charges. If you only look at the portion of the public debt, that was close to 18.7 billion. So compared to 50, so that was 58.6% of exports of goods and services. Okay? Okay, sorry. All right, so I'll move forward. Who are our creditors? I think these are important again from the point of view of what we will see in the case of Sri Lanka. 44 to 50% of our debt is due to multilateral. It depends on what the level of debt was, the time period at which you're working out these ratios. Now, most of the debt of these multilaterals is really at highly concessional rates, and they are treated as, under the present scheme of things, as preferred creditors whose debts cannot be rescheduled. The share of the bilaterals is roughly 31%, excluding deposits, as I said earlier, with State Bank of China and the Gulf countries, and the swaps swaps of the State Bank, which is approximately 8 billion, both of them. Okay. Of which the debts of the Paris Club members, which does not include China or the Gulf countries, was rescheduled in 2001-2, and it is repayable in the second half of the 2030s. The remaining debts are about 20%. 22% of the maturity is less than 1 year, 32% between 2 to 5 years, and 22% more than 10 years. Terms and conditions of the Chinese loans, unfortunately, are not fully transparent. So far, the Chinese have been rolling over the debts, very reluctant to take any losses. I'll also refer to them later. Another complication in the case of the Chinese is it's not very clear what is bilateral and what is commercial, because some of the financial institutions which are publicly owned could be treated either as bilateral or as commercial. So that's the other confusion. The work done by Data, good work done, it's been reported extensively in the media, so I won't refer to it. More recently, share of the energy-related loans was 40%, and 30% for general budgetary support, as was the case in our case. 60% of the more recent borrowings have been for budgetary support. And so the budgetary support referred to as rescue lending by Data, which was essentially rescue lending more of the Chinese creditors of Pakistan. So essentially they were lending, and what they have done is, and the details are not available, that they have a set of loan repayment safeguards, of which details are not available for the rescue lending. Okay. The impact of COVID-19 on low-income countries, the war in Ukraine, the global environment for higher interest rates, there is growing recognition amongst multilaterals, bilaterals, that the low-income developing countries under stress need to be assisted in some form, providing debt relief, which may even involve some kind of a reduction in the face value of debt. The G20 Common Framework for Debt Treatment has actually brought all these creditors together. The purpose is fairly straightforward, so that disputes, disagreements can be settled internally, and better creditor coordination will enable to settle and resolve the issues in a timely and a meaningful manner. To date, only Chad has actually sought relief under this initiative. This initiative, I repeat, is for heavily indebted countries. Negotiations are ongoing when it comes to Zambia and Ghana, and this has been going on for more than a year. Sri Lanka, which was earlier an upper middle income country, and by the time the crisis came, they had been lowered to a lower middle income country like us, did not qualify under this framework. So if they didn't qualify, they got their relief under a separate arrangement altogether. Now, I'm just wondering whether that would also apply in our case or not. Other countries were reluctant to get into this arrangement and seek some kind of relief. And the reasons were the pain that may have to be taken, and I'll come to that pain part, which is the more important one later. And second, they were afraid of the downgrading of the credit ratings, which will mean that they will lose access to international financial capital markets. Now, because I mentioned Sri Lanka, it's important to look at the similarities with Sri Lanka in our case. In fact, when I started digging, I found that fascinating. So I brought together all the similarities with Sri Lanka, and they're quite, it is unbelievable. I just never realized it. It had a higher per capita income than South Korea in 1960. Sounds familiar, huh? They gave generous tax exemptions, expenditures, running wild. They had a primary surplus in only 3 years since 1951. The result is all before us, huge fiscal deficits, which in the year before the crisis was 12.2% of GDP, financed, of course, by foreign and domestic borrowings, and the public debt had become 128% of GDP. Interest payments were about 72% of their revenues. The external debt was, and the domestic debt were both roughly the same. So 128, you can split it equally. They are now in the 17th IMF program. They had 16 before this. Each time the program didn't last very long, some stability came, but the efforts to address the macroeconomic balances, frankly, were never sustained. Sounds familiar again. The central bank supported fiscal indiscipline. Our case, Nadeem, 12.8 trillion on the 22nd of November, which was 12% of GDP. Support to inward-looking import substitution, the favorite of Nadeem, and I can see Manzoor, and very low levels of investment. In the last 2 to 3 years before the crisis, investment levels were less than 7% of GDP. Ours is 13 now. They had an overvalued exchange rate. And so money was, of remittances were flowing through informal exchange markets. So a parallel market had been created. And of course, the domestically protected industries were resisting any timely adjustments in the exchange rate. They had given, like us, long-term exemptions of income tax and import duty, made no difference to the levels of FDI. External borrowings, external reserves are built essentially on borrowings. Again, sounds familiar. Frequent policy reversals and supplemented with ad hoc policy intervention. Again, fairly. I found that fascinating. Frankly, I had never looked at Sri Lanka. What happened after the default? They defaulted in the end of April, early May 2022. They owed 7 billion at that time, reserves 1.7 billion. 28% of their debt was owed to multilaterals, 31 to bilaterals, including China. In their case, 41% of their debt was commercial loans. The interest rate was roughly 7.5%, and the China debt share total was about 20%. Negotiations with the IMF began in 2022. The important thing of the IMF is that you have to be under an IMF program to qualify. Okay? I'll come to that in a moment. All lenders, and that's the important part, were asked to take a 30% haircut. All lenders, including domestic debt providers. The progress has been very slow. Still no assurances of debt restructuring from China, from Japan and India. And of course, none of the bondholders. Even after this restructuring, the IMF said that the debt will be sustainable at 95% of GDP. Please remember that. And the interest costs still look unsustainable. 4 to 5 billion a year, 5% of GDP. That's the estimates of some of the Sri Lankan economists. Recently, the China Export-Import Bank, like in our case, has reached a deal on China-related debt, but frankly, no details are available. After the fund programs, there was some progress on reforms. Inflation has come down to single digits. The availability of essentials is improved, but frankly, unaffordable to a large segment of the population. In fact, a fairly sizable proportion of the middle-income families have slipped below the poverty line. Youth and skilled personnel are desperate to leave the country, and 311,000 less left the country in 2022. Okay. So looking at the global initiatives, there have been some proposals, actually, which requires that all these, like in the common framework, all creditors, lenders must come together. But the debt sustainability analysis has to be conducted by the IMF because they are perceived as the ones who are in a far better position to assess debt sustainability, which means that you have to be part of the IMF program. So that's one. There is a talk of a fair set of rules. The rules expect an equitable treatment of all creditors based on the category of the creditor, the maturity profile, and more importantly, the cost of debt. Okay, all consistent with the IMF's debt sustainability analysis. Commercial lenders continue to charge high interest rates for the risk premium. But ye acha risk hai yaar. You charge a high premium, but are still insisting to be paid in full. I mean, I often even wonder if all the creditors that we have, including multilaterals, continue to lend to us, knowing the way we were behaving, they should be ready to now to take a hit, because if that was the quality of due diligence. In our case, it's obvious that debt relief to have to be provided. And in the case of the multilaterals, if all countries have to be provided relief, their capital will have to be injected into them by donors and so on. The important thing, which is what I want to come to very quickly, is all those seeking debt relief, of restructuring, reprofiling, whatever you want to call it, will be expected to present a very comprehensive set of reforms. And they will have to show where the debt restructuring fits into the scheme of things. Perish the thought that somehow we will get debt relief and we can continue to operate and conduct our business as in the past. They would want debt relief. They want to see a demonstrable commitment that there is no return of the conditions and the crises which brought the country in the first place to seek debt relief. So I won't go through them. That's the possible set of reforms that I've proposed. Rationalization of government expenditures, I can go into details on that, I won't. Several agencies would have to be, in my opinion, wound up. Forget the bloody privatization. Most of them can't be privatized. They have to be liquidated or wound up. And then go on about how you retire people who've completed 30 years of service. If they can't be retired, put them in a surplus to at least save on rent, utilities, vehicles, and so on and so forth. Surrender all vacant, and I can go on, but I won't. And of course, we have to look at the defense strategy, non-combat expenditure, and so on and so forth. We've been upgrading posts simply because we've been adding more officers. So, जहाँ पे brigadier की ज़रूरत थी, वहाँ पे lieutenant general है. Typical government as well. So, please move on. No additional projects in PSTP, no intra-provincial projects and parliamentary development schemes, and so on and so forth. In my opinion, treat a suck investment where you actually spend 20% so far. Write the bloody thing off. You're far better off. Because most of that is, in any case, on salaries, vehicles, and utilities. Reduce the footprint of the state. A lot of work has been done by PIDE and so on, which is distorting markets, excessive regulations. In fact, when I was the finance minister in the Punjab in prehistoric times, I had argued, for heaven's sake, regulatory framework. There are only one or two areas where you would want to look at it again. But all others, I used to argue, and I, of course, didn't last very long, 7 months. My argument was a very simple one. Rescind all regulatory laws, and if anyone feels that this law needs to be there for regulation, please come, present us and convince us that this is required. Okay. Trust deficit, on to unpredictability of government policy. Just give me 10 seconds. And the reason I mention that is Government कह रही होती है कि यार we are always firefighting. हमें ये नहीं पता सुबह क्या होगा. But then you're expecting the private sector to take a long-term view. The signal from the government is we can only take a short-term view, which is essentially 1 week. But you expect the private sector to take a long-term view. Okay. Phase out heavy protection to industries, the favorite of some of us. Rationalize import tariffs to make the economy competitive. Revamp tax structure. Don't tax income. Don't tax transactions, tax income, and actually please lower the rates of taxation. And so on and so forth. I won't go into those structural reforms. And some of the reduction in the external debt, frankly, will have to be included and complemented by capital controls for a short while. Not easy, not desirable, but that will be the case. Final, very quickly, I refer to, oops, where is it? As I said earlier, the Sri Lankan case also demonstrates very clearly, if you want some adjustment in the external debt, they would expect a similar sort of adjustments at the level of the domestic debt. Interest on domestic debt now is 90% of the interest payments that we make every year. Banks being the largest lenders to what I would say in quotations, a bankrupt borrower will have to take the hit. Now, what would you do? There is perhaps a combination of interest rates lower than the rate of inflation. Inflation will then take care of the ability to service the debt. I'm not talking about a period of time. It will require external repayments to be extended and domestic repayments to be extended. There will have to be some suspension, moratorium on interest payments for some time, and perhaps even a write-down of this face value of debt. Now, substantial reduction in the face value of debt will require the capital base of banks to be improved. The recapitalization will require two things. One, a relaxation by the State Bank of its prudential regulations on capital adequacy, and perhaps a lending by the government of Pakistan at concessional interest rates to be repaid, or the government of Pakistan actually injecting capital, taking non-voting shares as shareholders, like some of the OECD countries, and over a period of time, with the profitability of banks improving, they would be able to sell their shares, actually get the money back, and perhaps some return on it as well. To check a run on the banks, frankly, we will have to have heavy penalties on cash withdrawals and some kind of government guarantees for deposits over a certain period. The fifth or sixth worst option, well, that's one option if you don't want to do anything, tax the banks heavily. Not desirable, but that's the way it is. In conclusion, I may be being a little unfair, but my sense is that the general perception is that, yeah, we can't service your debts, so have a debt relief there, so that we can go back merrily to the ways that we've been running our affairs. Frankly, that ain't going to happen. There is no such thing as a free lunch. They would want us to change behavior. More of the same is no longer an option. Now, of course, pain will have to be administered. My fear is that the distribution of this pain will be such that the pain will be, and the burden of this adjustment will be borne disproportionately by the less affluent segments of society. Now, the test of leadership and the challenge for the leadership would be how to ensure a more equitable distribution of this pain on different socioeconomic classes based on their capacity, ability, and capability to bear the cost of this and to bear the burden of this adjustment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kardar. Allow me to now invite Rizwan Raji, economist and philanthropist, who will present Prime's Charter of Economy, highlighting salient features of the proposal. Raji is a tax reform advocate and has been speaking about the merits of a flat rate income tax to replace the progressive tax rate in Pakistan. Raji is a seasoned businessman and is now extremely involved in philanthropic work, including supporting Prime in the development of a charter of economy. He serves on the advisory board of Prime. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me better than Shahid. Maybe a bit too much. I love coming here. I was here last year and the year before that. I was here for the first Prosperity Conference, and I had my dear guru, my dear friend, economist, Dr. Arthur Laffer, and we had a wonderful time. I hope he makes another visit soon to Pakistan. Okay, let's start now. No, you're going too fast. The first one, the cover. The cover, yeah. You got two things right there on the top. One is Prime, okay? And then after that, Charter of Economy. Well, what does that denote? Prime means Pakistanis. Charter of Economy for Pakistan means for the Pakistanis. It's Pakistanis for Pakistan. Okay, let's go to the next one. The preface. I don't want to read all of it, but I'm going to read part of it. And the part that, to me, is the most impactful is the second paragraph. It says, the origin of these crises may in part be attributed to the planning horizon of the government in power. Myopic governments with short planning horizons try to capture the maximum amount of resources during the expected terms. Well, we know what the expected terms are in Pakistan, right? Okay. Then ignore the effects their policies have on economic activity beyond their expected tenure. Then moving to the second last paragraph, Pakistan needs to adopt a longer-term horizon that will create a stronger economic environment able to withstand economic shocks. Furthermore, if these policies are implemented within the democratic process and likelihood of the survival of the political process also increases. Move to the third page. But before I go to the third page, I just want to let you guys know that right here in this hotel at the Marriott, after the second Prosperity Forum, a group of sane economists got together here in the business room and decided to embark on this charter of economy. Because personally, we were hearing other political parties time to time, not all the time, coming up with this proposal that we need to do a charter of economy. So therefore, we thought that this would be the ideal time to do it, since we are in a transitory period in the history of Pakistan. Okay, let's start now on now the caveats for this is, first of all, political stability. The second is strong political will. Third, it's consensus of all stakeholders. And the other caveat, it's the bureaucrats, especially the ones in the 21 and the 22 grade. We all know. During my student time, I used to watch this TV show. It's called Yes, Minister. Every time a minister came up with an idea at the office every morning, it was always the first and the second guy saying, oh, no, sir, this can't be done. Oh, it will never get done. Oh, it's not going to work. So that's an issue here in Pakistan, but it's also an issue everywhere in the world. The second caveat, and these are the off-limit caveats, it's the International Monetary Fund. And I don't want to expand on this subject, otherwise I'll lose my focus on the subject. I'll leave it for some other time, or maybe even during some of the question and answer sessions. And the reason basically is that the IMF has never produced a growth program for any country, whether it's Pakistan, or whether it's Egypt, or whether it's Zambia, or Ghana, or whatever. And the other caveat, and recently I read in the paper that one of our political parties in its political manifesto is planning to revisit the 18th Amendment. Not a good idea. It's going to be counterproductive for the idea of the Charter of Economy. Basically, the idea is we don't want to go backwards. We want to go forward. If they're going to put this thing on the table, we're going to lose another 5 years of bickering amongst ourselves about redoing the Charter of Democracy, which was a deal that was done. The focus for 2024 should be purely on the economic side, and that is to adhere with whatever is forthcoming on our presentation of the Charter of Economy for Pakistan. The idea behind the Charter is based on the 6 pillars of supply-side economics. And this was exposed during Dr. Arthur Laffer's first presentation here at the forum, and he talked about the 6 pillars. And then I followed that up last year at the second forum, and I just repeated this year that this charter is based on the 6 pillars of supply-side economics. First, low, flat tax rates on broad tax bases. Second, spending restraint. Third, free trade. Fourth, sound money. Fifth, deregulation. Sixth, privatization. And this is all for one reason, and it's the reason to accelerate and have a sustainable economic growth rate in Pakistan. Economics is all about incentives, and taxes have consequences. When I was a student at the university, I did 2 subjects. One was real estate, and the other was economics. The first chapter in any real estate textbook at the university says there are 3 principles or 3 things that matter in doing a successful real estate project. It's called location, location, location. On economics, and especially supply-side economics, the 3 are taxes, taxes, and taxes. To quote Winston Churchill, and he said, "A nation trying to tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket and trying to lift himself by the handle." To attain prosperity, Pakistan needs an annual growth rate of plus 7%. And don't forget, we have a population growth of 2.5. Currently, the IMF is predicting a 2.5% growth rate. Some others are saying, the World Bank may be saying something else. I think it's going to be far lower. We need, in the end of the day, to grow the pie. As John F. Kennedy said in 1962, a rising tide raises all boats. Do we have some time? How many minutes have we done? Okay. Okay, I'm going to give you some ugly fiscal statistics. I love these. Government tax revenues, 10% of GDP. Government expenditures, 20% of GDP. Government budget deficit, 8% of GDP. Government debt to GDP, 80%. Circular debt, you guys all know it's about 4% to GDP. Now, for me, the most important ugly number, which is very unique to Pakistan and some other countries, and everybody should concentrate on this number. This is by far the most important number from all other indicators. And that is government debt service to tax revenues. That's the killer. And you know what? For Pakistan today, that's 100%. So when people say, oh, you know, many countries have debt to GDP, Japan has 250%. Italy is somewhere around 180. Maybe Greece is 150. But those countries don't have the problem that we have when it comes to debt service versus our tax revenues. Please convey this to your neighbor, to your brother, to your mothers, to your sister. That is the indicator. And then we know what the external debt factor is, you know, which has been said, 128, 130 billion. Then you got the internal debt factor. It's about 40 trillion. And as Mr. Shah had already said, the need of the hour, and I don't see any way out for Pakistan, is that debt restructuring or debt reprofiling or a mix of two is the need of the hour. But I wanted to add to what Dr. Shah had said, that if you do debt restructuring and reprofiling without what we are proposing at the Charter of Economy, a debt restructuring and reprofiling will only benefit the country for maybe 2 or 3 years. That's it. It's not going to last longer. We're going to come back to the same cycle of debt distress or near default. The other ugly statistics that I like to talk about is the trade statistics. Exports, 28 billion, 8% of GDP. Imports, 55 billion, 15% of GDP. Remittance, $27 billion. And you know, some politician, I don't know, he talked about the advantage of brain drain. I mean, this guy's got to be sick. He has to be sick in his mind. You're going to let these citizens of Pakistan, the future of Pakistan, to go out there to be able to cover your current account balance issues? What's wrong with this guy, man? I mean, it just blows my mind, you know. Okay, then we talk about the foreign exchange reserves. You know, it's always the same scenario. We went up, we're down, we went up, we went down. It's at 7.5. Yesterday I heard it's 7.2, it's 7.3. You know what, folks? The Hong Kong Jockey Club endowment today stands at $8.6 billion. And if you want to know about Harvard University's endowment, It's something like $78 billion. So much for people talking about current account issues here. People are obsessed with current account. You know what? If you're so hung up on the dollar, just dollarize the economy, man. It's always the same thing. Dollar, dollar. Even my servant, my driver, dollar, dollar, dollar. What is wrong with you guys, man? The balance payment crisis is primarily, we know that it's due to the fiscal crisis. This crisis cannot be solved without solving the previous subject of fiscal policy. The third important part is the monetary policy. Money supply growth in the last 12 months in Pakistan has been up 26%. Government borrowing, T-bills, up 26%. Devaluation of the currency since last year now, 26%. Well, folks, it's no wonder and it's not a coincidence that we have an inflation rate of 26%. Devaluations is the first factor that feeds in to the inflation issue. It's a monetary phenomenon, purely monetary phenomenon and nothing else. And inflation is a stealth tax. It's a stealth tax on the population of Pakistan. And on top of that, we have people that have income earners, especially the ones that are in the salaried class, and it's called bracket creep. This last budget, they didn't even think about the idea that we have an inflation issue, and they didn't budge on the threshold. I was expecting that at least the threshold would go for 600,000 to at least 1.2 million. They didn't do that. So you automatically put those people that are earning 600,000 further into poverty. The solution for inflation is very simple. It's decrease the money supply, growth, and increase the supply of goods. That is the solution. And I don't want to even talk about the other crazy idea about that, let's demonetize. Come on, man. Look at what they did in India. You know, they really had a tough time with the poor people. There was absolutely in a distressed situation because it was a cash economy and they lost it all. Okay, now let's go to the main subject, which is the charter itself. Okay, no, we're at 9:10. We're not at 9:10. Who's moving ahead of time? Yeah, okay. Right, so basically, I'm not going to go to each of those things that are on the screen, but I'm going to talk about 1, 2, 3, and 5. Basically, on fair taxation, and the reason that we put fair taxation on top of the program is because for me that is by far the most important subject. And that is the issue of taxation in Pakistan. So a single flat rate tax on a broad tax base, and I would look at personal income tax, which today stands at 35%. And 35%, I mean, that's absolutely crazy when you compare to our neighboring countries and many other Asian countries. I think a 35% tax should be removed, and we should go on a flat tax program and bring it down to 10%, a 10% flat tax on personal income. And on the corporate side, today I think we're somewhere around 39%. And that, for me also, is a corporate tax that's way out of line compared to many other Asian or even our near neighbors. And that should be brought down to a 20% flat rate. So the corporate rate from 39% down to a 20% flat rate. And whenever I talk about flat rate, it means flat rate. No deductions, no this, no that, just it. That's your gross income. Pay that 20%, and that's it. And the other area we're going to talk about is harmonized sales tax. 18%. Come on, folks. Which planet are you living in, all right? The sales taxes in general should be no more than 5, maybe 7%. 18% is a complete insane number. Custom duty, I don't know, 30, 31, something like that. Custom duty is very important if you want to have a trade that works well for both parties, exporters and importers. And that, I don't see a number better than a 5% flat tax on custom duty. Then we got excise duty. I'm a believer in excise duty. And excise duty for me is the ones that are on the sin taxes. But then there's a limit to how high you can put an excise tax, okay? So basically an excise tax is to discourage the behavior of the customer. You know, if you don't want him to do this, you raise the excise tax, whatever, but to a limit, okay? There's a limit to it. And all this, when it comes to on the flat tax issue, you have to follow it up and religiously, no exemptions, no concessions, no SROs, no amnesties. And I mean no. There's, in all these taxes that are right now in place, we know, and it's always evident that the tax base here in Pakistan is extremely narrow. And I mean extremely narrow. I mean, you know, we've got income tax filers, 5 million, okay? And the payers are something like about 3 million. Not on. Corporate tax, majority of them are paid by the large 12 sectors, where last year the Pakistani Treasury put a super tax on. I think they slapped the super tax last year, right? Okay. And they are the bulk payers of the government revenues, and I'm talking about corporations. And sales tax is the other area where about 90% of it's paid by maybe about 400 entities. You know, that's a narrow base. Custom duty, and I've said again, if you want to talk about free trade, maximizing your export, using your imports for the benefit of the industries here, you have to keep a custom duty rate at the lowest level, and I came up with 5%. But in Pakistan, custom duty is looked on as a revenue instrument. Gotta grab him, man. Hey, take it. And it should not. It should be a trade policy. It's about free trade. It's about how we deal with other countries outside and how they deal with us. You know, it's as simple as that. If Japan has a cure for cancer and America has a cure for lung disease, and they stop trading with each other, you know, both of them, they suffer. It's like the Japanese won't have a cure for that, and the Americans won't have the cure for the other. It's as simple as that. It's not nuclear science, folks. Come on. What will happen when we adapt a flat tax scenario? It results in economic growth. It's all about economic growth. If you got economic growth, like I said, a lot of your problems, they go away. So what will happen is the tax to GDP and I'm talking about tax to GDP here where I'm standing, it's Pakistan. It's going to shoot up from 9% to 15 to 17%. And I'm not kidding. It can happen. Tax revenues from 9 trillion easily will go to 15 trillion or even beyond. And the tax base will also increase from 10 million to 15 million. And yesterday we were having a discussion, Dr. Ikram. You even said maybe it might even end up at 20 million. Is that correct? So basically you're looking at doubling it, 10 million to 20 million. And what this will create is investments to GDP. Currently, Pakistan is at 15%. This is pathetic, folks. It has to reach a level of at least 25% to GDP, okay? That's a good sign that your economy is opening up and it's creating incentives for many companies that are at the moment in the exit zone so that they can come back to us as investors. And then, you know, we have this issue of direct tax here. Really, there is no direct tax in Pakistan because 75% of that is in the indirect tax mode. And that is with that withholding tax we have. And I'm going to come back to that withholding subject in due time. So what will happen in this scenario is that you will see direct tax will go from 40% and go up to 60%. And on the other side, it'll be the reverse. Indirect tax will go from 60% down to 40%, and that's how it should be. The effect on fair taxation and tax reform is that it has an economic effect, and we know the economic effect is purely because of the Laffer curve effect. But on the other hand, when you're talking to people at the FBR level or even with the IMF, they look at from the arithmetic effect. And the arithmetic effect is purely based with the obsession on reaching revenue targets, which they never, never, never do or get. And I call, you know what? That's a really, it's really, I would label it, and I don't think not too many people have labeled that. You can call it the Rizwan Raoji label. I call these institutions, and I call the FBR and the Finance Ministry, they have started a new study. It's called Abacus Economics. Crazy. Incentives, economic growth will shift the informal economy in Pakistan, which today I think it's around something like 40%, to the formal economy. And this is how you create an economy that will lead to a booming economy. Let's look at what is GDP. Okay, if you look at and Google it, GDP is consumption plus investment plus government spending plus net exports, which is basically export minus import. People, many economists here, you know, and trust me, there are plenty of crazy economists here, okay? And they always talk about, oh, we've been going through this boom, bust, boom, bust, boom, bust cycle. Well, you know what? The reason why you're going through this boom, bust cycle is purely because your GDP is based on government spending and on consumption. My definition of GDP is not those two indicators. It's investments and exports. That's the reason why we have this boom and bust. If you follow my principle, it's going to be a boom, 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 boom. and we're not going to see a bust for a long period of time. Do you guys understand where I'm coming from? People awake in the back? Puram, are you awake? All right, okay. Okay, now let's move to number 4. Number 4, char. Okay, number 4 is agriculture income. Now we need to really focus on this because for me, I think it's a very, very, very important area of the charter economy. And we firmly believe that it should be taken away from the provinces and it should be handed over to the federal government. And agriculture is a 20% part of our GDP. Okay, that's not a small number. And we know that 1% of farmers own 22% of farmlands. And we also know that 5% of farmers own about 60% of the farmlands. The net annual income of the top 20%, and I'm talking about the landowners, whatever, their annual income, the last number I got, was something like 980 billion. Tax. But in tax revenues, they paid 3 billion. Now, folks, that's not fair, all right? That's not fair. What we need to do is seriously start mapping of the farmlands. I mean, people don't know, what part belongs to who and all that, and, that needs to be done. That's very, very important. And we need to incentivize high productivity. And that can only come by creating cooperatives, because I don't know if you guys really have studied cooperatives, but in many African countries, they're doing wonderful in agricultural production based on cooperatives, and then doing it in an industrial way, all right? That's important. Okay, now that's done with agriculture. Let's move to number 6. Number 6, are you there? Right. This is, for me, the real killer in Pakistan. It's called withholding taxes. Yeah, FBR, here I come. Okay. We got about over 50 withholding taxes, okay? This is ridiculous. And these regimes with very, very high tax rates. And 55% of the revenue collected, my God, it's at the import stage. Come on, folks. And then these importers have to deal with multiple tax agencies. And you know what? Withholding tax from the very beginning is already, it's a constraint on working capital for companies. And then on top, the government has long delays in releasing these tax refunds. And then they have to go to a bank and borrow at 22% interest rates. Now, come on, folks. You're already killing the goose at the entry, all right? You might as well knock him off and say, forget it, don't even bother to enter my room, man. We'll just kill you at the door. It's basically they're killing everybody at the door, the entry door, which I call at the import level. Okay, let's move to number 7. Time
is up, sir.
Huh?
Time is up.
Yeah, but I'm almost done. Number 7. Number 7 is subsidies. No subsidies, no targeted subsidies should be replaced by tax cuts and cash transfers. Number 9 and number 10 is spending restraint, basically duplication, closing down of federal departments that have been devolved to provinces, and everybody's talking about that. Number 10, no new development projects until existing ones are complete. Number 11, stop free petrol, free electricity, free plots. Like Milton Friedman said, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Number 14, pensions reform. Should be, pension reform is basically unfunded liability to the federal government. It's unfunded. And it's not only here, it's everywhere in the world. And this has to be gradually eliminated, and there has to be a parallel that should be created that we're proposing as an SVP or a special vehicle purpose. And that money is like a kitty. And that should be invested in long-term returns to whoever's paid into it. Number 16, budgeting. Parliament will rigorously debate the annual budget. And we know that every time here there's an annual budget announced, it's done in a matter of seconds. Number 17, social protection. Negative income tax for below income tax threshold. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, if you're below a certain threshold, the government should actually give you money. And then I think here in Pakistan we have a program, BISP, which is fantastic, which is all based on cash transfers. And I think these 9.3 million families really do deserve this benefit. And I think it should be indexed to inflation. Okay, number 18, it's a no-brainer, free markets. Free markets activate a country's economic immune system. The next thing is trade deals, which is important. I think currently Pakistan is working on GSP+. And then we have some regional trade deals as well, the PSW, and the newly created agreement, the TIR, which is the Transport International Router. And government should not intervene in setting prices, which is the last part, which is price control. Private property, where are we on? The private property? Okay. Private property, the simple answer is the business of the state is to govern and not to run business. I'm not going to talk anything beyond that, okay? Number 20, state property. State property, that's a huge asset. And it creates negative cash flows to the government. You have to take benefit of the state properties, and that these state properties should be up for sale or long-term leases. That's a lot of revenues. Folks, this is not wealth that is under the ground. It's right there. Right there, you can touch it. But the only problem here in Pakistan, there is no such thing as a master plan. A master plan is important. You have to have a proper master plan in order to have a successful sale of long-term leases on state properties. And these state properties are primarily to the benefit of the industry and for commercial use. And the last one is National Tax Agency. I will let Dr. Ikram, he will talk about it later. He's Mr. National Tax Agency guy. So I'll let him talk. I'll skip on that one. Huh? Okay, now I have to finish. This is my finishing. Huh? I'm done. Okay. Pakistan has got a dual malaise. Now, this is not just a dual malaise of Pakistan. I've lived and grown up in Africa. I've spent years and years in many countries in Africa, including South Africa, East Africa, Congo, whatever. It's called elite capture and the system of patronage. This is not uniquely Pakistan. It's everywhere. It's happening in all these developing, underdeveloped countries. Okay? Which I don't think is a serious matter just for Pakistan, but it's a serious matter for the global South. And what this does, it breeds corruption, it breeds nepotism, cronyism, and the leaders need to rise above self-interest and recognize merit and talent. And we have them right here in this room. to be in the best national interest, and a more inclusive and transparent society will lead to a better governance, accountability, and economic policies. The Constitution of Pakistan must be upheld with an elected government by the people, for the people, and a competent and functioning executive, legislative, and judicial branch. Only then we will see economic prosperity for Pakistan. Pakistan, Zindabad.
Thank you, Mr. Raji. We will now have an interactive discussion session offering a chance to delve deeper into morning's presentation. In audience, if anyone have any questions, they can make a queue behind the mics that we have over here. Over to you, Ali and Dr. Ikram.
Dr. Ikram is chairing, but I'll just assist those, यहाँ पर mics हैं. यहाँ पर भी एक mic है, if you can kindly queue up so that we know how many people are there to questions. Ji Arshad Saab.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My question is to Shahid Kardar Saab. You mentioned about reforming regulatory reforms, policy reforms. Is there a headline roadmap for this? Should we do, one is to just forget about what we have and, construct a new regulatory framework. And the other is to make incremental or changes. Which one would be, useful for us? Because incremental gets, has its own pitfalls, and of course, bringing something up from scratch, from the bottom up, will have its own. Thank you.
Please, go ahead.
I think our experience has been precisely that. The issue won't be that you change that section of a particular law. That won't take us anywhere. We can take a very clear decision, saying, oh, okay, when it comes to electricity, gas, there are certain areas where you can sit down, actually relook and re-examine the regulatory framework. I mean, also the State Bank, as an example. All others, frankly, just do away with them. That's the only way. And for anyone who thinks that some kind of regulation is required should appear before, so even a committee of parliament, to justify that. Don't go into the business, I repeat, don't think of the possibility of looking or mapping, these regulatory laws and start looking at each other. It won't take you anywhere. It won't take you anywhere.
My name is Naeem Murtaza, and I'm a business person. My question is to Rizwan Saab. You made an excellent. That's more like a singer close to the mic. My question is on the taxation reforms that you presented are excellent, and being a business person, they're perfect for future people to come in and get engaged if the policy goes through. My question is, what change in terms of government revenues will people like FBR and those who are barriers will be able to harness? Because in my opinion, what you're doing is expanding the tax base. Have you thought of any number of sorts? Yeah. Or maybe what change will the government of Pakistan will be thinking of?
I moved to Eastern Europe when the Berlin Wall fell. That was in 1989, okay? Right. And in 1991, I did my footwork with all the Eastern European countries, Poland, Czechoslovakia, I went to even Hungary and all that. Now you asked me this question, you know, from 1991, when these countries were liberated from the Soviet Union, okay, and the fact that they joined the European Union in 2003, it was a 12-year horizon.
Right.
How come they managed to do it in a 12-year horizon to be able to join the European Union when they were like backwards during the Soviet era? You know what? Majority of them introduced a flat tax regime. And that includes Russia, and it also includes Georgia, which is really not part of Eastern Europe. They're more like Central. And all these countries, all these economies, albeit they grew from a very low base, they were generating annual growth of 5%, 6% nonstop. And the tax revenues absolutely blew, expanded, and the government didn't have to worry about foreign exchange reserve, didn't have to worry about tax revenues. The economy grew till the period where Brussels decided that it was the right time for them to join the European Union. And since then, they haven't reversed their tax policies. So I'm just giving an example that why the flat tax? Why the flat tax? It's proven that countries that introduced the flat tax benefited.
My concern was how will the government of Pakistan look into this?
I don't know the future, how the future of Pakistan will be or how it will look like. Listen, I can predict the past, but I can't predict the future, all right?
Right.
But I can tell you that these are pro-growth policies,
Right.
and we have tried anti-growth policies in the past, and we come down to the same problem, like I said, the same circular problem,
Yeah.
balance of trade problems, you know, fiscal deficit problems. But if you start applying fair taxation, flat tax ideas, then you're going to create growth. There's a direct link between tax cuts and economic growth, and we will see how it works.
Right.
Thank you.
Kadar sir, would you add something?
Very quickly, he mentioned the IMF as an example of something which shouldn't be followed. But really the onus is on us as a country to present a different framework. I mean, I remember when 2018 program was being drafted by the fund, they actually called me to want to discuss. And I said, yeah, what lessons have you learned? They in fact asked me a question, what lessons have Pakistan learned? I said, I want to ask you, what lessons have you learned? You're about to do the 23rd program. What lessons have you learned? And you were repeating yourself. Let us be clear, the fund actually does an accounting exercise in terms of making sure the funding is available, okay? Now, the onus is on us. And I asked them, I said, look, your core competence is not circular rate or the energy sector. Your core competence is the tax policy and the monetary framework. I'm amazed that under your watch, we have the tax structure that we have today with 68 different kinds of withholding taxes. Can you look me in the eye? This is your core competence, not ours. And you've allowed such a structure to exist, and you continue to support it, and they will continue to do so, because they will, frankly, carry out an accounting exercise. The onus is on us to present a different framework of addressing our issues. If we fail to do so, they will look at it, and a typical fund program is really either a 1-year standby or really a 3-year EFF. Now that is the onus, I repeat, is on us to present a framework which will achieve the objectives that we've been referring to.
Thank you, Ji. Moin and Dr. Krishnanda, would you like to stand up here? We want you to do a bit exercise, so you have to stand up for the question. Ji Moin and then Dr. Krishnanda.
Thank you.
Ji, please go ahead.
Very interesting discussions. So, two quick questions. One is, Rizwan Raoji, from the business perspective, great plan. But if we do a reality check, we're under an IMF program, and that curtails what we can do. And we have 20 billion to pay in the next fiscal year, so it's likely we'll be in another IMF program. So if we are realistically planning, isn't it the case that we need to plan within the terms of this program, and then maybe 2 years later, I mean, that's the reality. We can dream the best situation for business, but we're not going to be able to do it. And the second question on the charter of the economy, so we have elections coming up and we have a charter. How many political parties have signed up to this charter? Because that is what is needed before an election. If a charter is to hold some weight, then we need political parties to sign up.
None of them have signed up. Am I optimistic whether they will sign up? Only Allah knows, okay? But the idea is that it should be put forward to them, and their leadership has to decide whether they want to sign up to it. And I'm not saying that the charter is set in stone. I mean, it's flexible. I mean, it's a matter of discussion, right? We can't just force and put it on the table and say, hey, buddy, sign, okay? There has to be discussion. But we know that the leaders of the political party have talked about it. I think last year Ishaq Dar talked about it when he was here at the conference. I know Asif Ali Zardari talked about it when he was at the Lahore Chamber of Commerce. And I know some other leaders that have also talked about it. So it's up to the political leadership to decide whether they want to sign up. But they all have to sign up. If one party signs and the other party doesn't sign, it's not going to do anything at all. And a charter of economy is like the charter of democracy that was signed during Zardari's period. And that led to the NFC, the 7th awards. So the charter of economy without a political party and stakeholder signature on the paper, it's not going to work. They have to sign up on it.
Can I very quickly, one, the issue is the capability from our side. Kevin, you're under a fund program at the moment, but there will be a next fund program. Frankly, the negotiations will start immediately after a new government is in power. That's the time to be able to do so. Huh? So if you have the capability, there is no problem. It's the one that you have to achieve a certain objective. Huh? The objectives we've been talking about, and it is our ability and capability that we have to demonstrate. As far as the so-called Charter of Economy is concerned, frankly, I have no illusion that it can happen. For the simple reason, show me a program produced by any political party on the economy. Just show me any political party having shown a program which actually sets out what they will do, the steps that they will take, what will be the sequencing, not one. So how can you even think of a Charter of Economy which everyone else will sign to? No one. I repeat, see the work that PIDE has done. And we all know that you will refer to manifestos. Manifestos are a series of English, sentences, not linked to each other. God knows what those sentences actually even mean. The reality is, have they sat down, worked through it? And we keep talking about, I keep hearing things like consistency of policy and so on and so forth. I don't even know what any of the political parties is thinking. Forget consistency of policy. I have no idea what they're thinking. If anyone does, please let me know, because I'd like to be educated.
Right. Thank you. The last question, Dr. Rakshinda, please.
Congratulations, FNF and Prime, for another meaningful event. And I'm Rakshanda, an intersectional feminist, a non-specialist in this August gathering. So with the permission of the chair, Dr. Ikram Ul Haq, I would dare to ask a question. I just look at the caption again and again while listening to the, such senior experts, and I was stuck at the word Pakistan. So which Pakistan are we talking about? There's a Pakistan of masses and there's a Pakistan of classes. And when I work in different parts of Pakistan with disadvantaged communities, they have no idea that all these policies and tax, as you said, Sir, Dr. Kardar, in the English sentences. So maybe this can be unpacked, and this is a comment and a query as well. Sir, I understand, Dr. Raoji, that elite capture is global. But just because it is global, it happens in other developing countries. Should we legitimize it? And what is the way to address it, the elite capture? Thank you.
Right. Can we have these two questions and then we close? Amara, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My question is from Dr. Ikram.
Mehtab, would you like to come here?
My question is from Dr. Ikram, and it is about the viability of super taxes. The first time it was levied some years ago, it was to help the IDPs of Swat. And it was for 1 year, but then it continued for another year. And very recently, taxable income slabs have been defined against the super tax, which means that it is here to stay, and it is not going anywhere. So now, after so many years, there is not an issue. It's not working. So after so many years, I believe that IDPs of Swat is not an issue, but the super tax is still there. So how does FPR or the government of Pakistan justify this kind of tax?
Thank you. Jay, please. Please.
Question?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm the young guy in this room. So my question might sound basic, might be, but might not. So you said, Mr. Kardar and also Mr. Raoji, you said and also proposed a lot of great reform systems that we can bring in the debt relief, for the debt relief in Pakistan and also the tax paying system. So, well, now I'm a very practical person. So how can we really tell the government that you need to change all of this? Because it's all in the hand of government. We all say that we need to bring all these changes. If we protest, then it will end up death, violence, and then no one wants to do that. So how can we tell the government that this needs to be changed? This is cruel. Thank you.
Thank you. Mehtab Haider.
Sir, I just want to ask about the debt restructuring, which, sir, you have talked about. Few days back, the caretaker finance minister talked about the debt restructuring of both domestic and external side. And on domestic, she said that we are trying to prolong the maturity of the domestic debt. But she was of the view that on external side, the options are limited. On multilateral, there is no option. On bilateral and non-Paris Club countries, China and, of course, Saudi Arabia is the only option, or to some extent UAE. So what options are available to Pakistan, keeping in view the experience of Sri Lanka, where China took a very long time to grant them the debt restructuring, and as a result, they defaulted. So what is the future of Pakistan? Do you think that there will be a condition of the IMF for the new program to restructure the debt and then come to us? Thank you.
Late आए थे, आप मेरी presentation ले लें, but it covers all of this, Mehtab. But let me just further clarify. We should be clear on one thing, that you will have to be in a fund program to qualify for debt restructuring, because the debt sustainability analysis will be determined and provided by the fund. Okay, so let's first be clear. And I've taken the Sri Lankan case. वो देख लें, it'd be simpler rather than me give you a long answer on that. वो आप देख लें, it covers all the questions that you've raised. ये देखिए, elite की जहाँ तक बात है ना, I mean, all countries have elites. ऐसी बात नहीं है. How, to what extent is the elite enlightened in its own self-interest, enlightened self-interest, to be able to make the kind of changes that we think? We seem to have a very selfish, elite. And who creates that elite in our case is not necessarily, created by the Goras or whatever, but the reality is also the kind of permissions on import substitution given by the government. So in a sense, most of it can be done. Now, obviously, we know some of them can't be done because they're sitting in parliament when it comes to the agriculture income tax, when it comes to doing something about sugar and so on and so forth. But that's the real test of the future. The young lady was complaining, कि जी हम क्या करें? Bhai, the only solution is शोर मचाते रहें. आप उनको वोट डालते हैं ना, why do you vote for them? ठीक है ना, we perhaps should have an option, none of the above. So, but yeah, please, शोर मचाते रहें. And I reminded that about 4 or 5 years ago, I ran into Abid Hassan Manto. Some of the older guys like me would remember who he is. And he was very political activist, very highly respected. So I said to him, वो आबिद साहब बड़े चुप हैं. कहता यार शोर मचा के भी देख लिया. So that could be one of the things, but for heaven's sake, it's your future. We've done our bit, we haven't done a great job. But you, the guys, frankly, the young should be standing up and saying, no more of this. Only you can do it. Keep shouting, keep insisting, go out, anchor them. That's the only way I can think of. Because frankly, I don't see a future in the sense of us being able to convince them. So maybe that's the way forward for you all to actually take over. You become active politically, bhai. ये भी तो देखें ना, हमारी generation में बहुत लोग हैं, शोर मचाते रहे, but never became part of the political process. Why don't you all become part of the political process? जाएं, fight an election, and hopefully over a period of time, you'll be able to bring enough pressure to get the kind of change that we all are hoping for and pleading for and wishing for.
Thank you. Dr. Ikram, would you like to comment on that super tax thing? Sawat ke upar.
Super tax has two aspects. One is purely constitutional and the other is tax policy decision. Constitutionally, you cannot levy tax in addition to income tax. What they have done, unfortunately, the second time, is that they have imposed tax in addition to income tax rather than in lieu of something. But earlier imposition in the name of internally displaced person was challenged, and constitutionally it was issue whether federal government can levy some tax with the purpose and then without establishing any separate fund for that, for reimbursement for the purpose it was imposed. So on both the occasions, there are a lot of litigation is going on, and unfortunately, till today, there is no final order from Supreme Court. In certain cases, like 4B, which was earlier for internally displaced person, now the matter is in favor of FBR, but taxpayers are in Supreme Court by way of leave to appeal has been granted. 4C, last year it was challenged. This year too it has been challenged. And the only question there is whether they can levy this kind of tax in addition to. So for better choice for them can be if they think that people, they want to increase tax on rich people earning beyond 150, so they can just add up to their tax brackets rather than coming from the side of super tax, which is under the present legal position, which I little know, is unconstitutional because you cannot, as I mentioned, that impose tax in addition to income tax. You can only impose some kind of presumptive taxes in lieu of taxes. So it's a highly technical issues under the Constitution. From tax policy perspective, if they think that they want to tax more the rich people, they have always the option to go beyond 35%. So practically, this is now effective rate of tax will go up 35% in different brackets. We can calculate it differently. So this is the crux of the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji. Really the last comment, and quick, please.
Thank you, Salman Saab, for giving me the last. My name is Said Mubashir Ali Ji, Institute of Cost and Management to Pakistan. Se. I appreciate the Rizwan Saab's presentation, full of belief and passion, and he's very sure about the prosperity, the word which is keyword here is the prosperity. It's actually the holistic outcome of various factors, of course, when you feel the prosperity, as Ma'am Shinda said, that if you look at the poor masses, you say that there is no prosperity. So it's a mix of each and everything. Kardar Sahab, can you please explain that what would be the debt relief prospects in future? Would there be any time, will there in future, that we can get rid of this, the mountain debt? Always we look that the debt is always mounting. And recently when Pakistan was at the default, and it was written on the wall that Pakistan is going to be defaulted like that, and it was restructured, the debt was restructured. What happened at that time? And now way forward, how do you see that it will not come like that again after maybe a couple of years like the situation?
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Maybe you came a little late to my presentation. वो आप उसको देख लें. It covers, frankly, the questions that you've raised in fair amount of detail. बात सारी वो, if we don't change our behavior and we expect कि वो हमें माफ कर देगा, यार अब बच्चा बिगड़ा हुआ था, गलती हो गई, ये नहीं है. हमारी सोच यही है ना कि यार बच्चा था, गलती होगी, कोई बात नहीं, आंदा नहीं करेगा. We've been doing that for a fairly long time. It ain't going to sell this time. It's not going to happen. Forget it. ये नहीं होगा कि अच्छा जी माफ कर दो. ये नहीं होगा. So how we change our behavior, and that's why I was saying they would expect us to come up with, very clear commitment to the kind of changes that we will make so that we don't bring back those conditions, the return to the conditions, and the kind of issues and problems that brought us to a situation where we are seeking debt relief. Forget it. Forget it. It's not going to happen. So वही वाली बात है. We somehow seem to think that ये बस वो हमें थोड़ा सा माफ कर देंगे, तो फिर हम सारे we will live happily thereafter. It ain't going to happen.
Thank you.
How the issue is, the pain that will be administered, will that be equitable on the basis of the different socioeconomic classes to bear the burden equitably to the cost of that and the burden of that adjustment. That's the real challenge. वो leadership कर सकती है, नहीं कर सकती. Really, I mean, so far there is no evidence to suggest that one can be comfortable on that basis.
Right, thank you.
If you don't change behavior, yes.
Right. Thank you, Kardar Sahab. Thank you, Raju Sahab and Dr. Ikram. I hand over back to Ikra for housekeeping notes. And thank you for this wonderful session. Please keep sitting.
Thank you, Ali. I trust that you found the discussion both enlightening and engaging. Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this enlightening session to close, it is our honor to express our gratitude to every speaker who have shared their insights today. I would like to invite Dr. Ikram al-Haq to kindly come forward and present tokens of appreciation in the form of shields to our esteemed speakers. Please join me in thanking them for their time and thought-provoking perspectives. And Miss Bridget Lamb as well. I'm so sorry. to acknowledge the moderation provided by Dr. Ikram al-Haq. Thank you, everyone. We'll now take a short break, an opportunity for you to reflect on the learnings and network with fellow attendees. Please be back by 12:30 p.m.
Sorry, just a short announcement. Minister for Privatization, Mr. Fawad, will be here in about 10 minutes. So may I request you to enjoy your tea, and then we'll start as soon as possible. Thank you.
Can I please have your attention? I would request everyone to please take their spot so we can begin our next discussion. Thank you. Can I please have your attention? I think it's not working. Yeah, आवाज नहीं आ रही. We're about to start in the next 5 minutes, so I request everyone to please take their spot so we can start. Thank you. Can I please have your attention? I request everyone to please take their spot so we can begin our next discussion. Thank you.
Okay, ji, can I have your attention, please? We are starting in just 2 minutes. Thank you.
Can I please have your attention? We're about to start in the next 2 minutes. I request everyone to please take their spot so that we can begin our discussion. Thank you. Hello all and welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed the break. Now as we move forward with the third Pakistan Prosperity Forum, we're about to embark on a crucial panel discussion focusing on public sector reforms, privatization and economic prosperity. I request everyone to please take their spots so we can invite our panelists. I'm delighted to invite our honorable speakers to the stage, each of whom brings a wealth of experience and expertise in their respective fields. To lead our discussion, please welcome our esteemed chair, Dr. Manzoor Ahmed, Pakistan's former ambassador to World Trade Organization. Please now join me in welcoming Mr. Fawad Hassan Fawad, the Federal Minister for Privatization, to the stage. Mr. Fawad is a retired Pakistani civil servant who served in BPS 2022 grade as the Principal Secretary to two Prime Ministers, Nawaz Sharif and Shahid Khaqan Abbasi. He is presently in the Federal Cabinet of the caretaker government as the Minister for Privatization. Next, we have the privilege of hearing from Dr. Nadia Tahir, an esteemed economist who will share insights into the critical topic of downsizing the federal government. Professor Dr. Nadia Tahir. Nadia Tahir is a well-known public speaker and is frequently invited to media discussions to deliver lectures by various professional institutions and development organizations. She has served as the MD of Quality Assurance Agency and completed her tenure at the Higher Education Commission. As we next delve into the critical discussion, Dr. Manzoor Ahmed will be guiding us through this session, steering the conversation with his profound insights and strategic perspectives. Dr. Manzoor Ahmed has extensive expertise in customs, international trade, and trade policy issues. He was Pakistan's ambassador and permanent representative to the World Trade Organization. He will also provide closing remarks towards the end of the discussion. Over to you.
Assalamu alaikum. I think we have a fantastic panel. Every kind of balance is there. There's a gender balance, and there is academic, and there's ex-bureaucrat, technocrat, and a great panel. And I'm sure you're going to have learn a lot. Just before I give the floor to Mr. Fawad Hassan Fawad, just say 2 or 3 words. Otherwise you have his biodata and everybody knows he's a minister. But he has many other qualities which are normally not in these papers. And people are discovering those qualities now. He's a Renaissance person, if I can truly call. There are very few in Pakistan. He's one of those. His poetry is now becoming a big hit. But besides all that, often poets are, a little bit, the other side is a little bit weak, implementation side. But he's very different. He is a doer. And he takes on challenges. He doesn't shy away. No matter what people say, this will happen, that will happen, he says, look, so he's a true patriot, and I'm very honored to please speak here or there, wherever you like.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, Dr. Saab, for all the kind words to start with, but let me say that, and this is not in response to what you have said, we have always looked up to you, both as a senior and also a thinker who has spent a long time in trying to teach a large number of civil servants also and policy practitioners other than us how to go about the system of reforms, taxations, international commerce, a number of things. So thank you very much. It is a privilege to be on the same panel with you, and I hope that going forward we will be able to bring out some key elements. I intend to just say a few words at the start, and then probably it will be better if we then go through discussions on the panel and then maybe a question-answer session if that is scheduled at the end, because I think the best comes out of those questions. But let me start by talking about the reform. I am sure that all those sitting here are very well aware of the concept and are very well aware of the various aspects of reform. But before coming to the public sector reform, let me just say that it is at times good to go through the basics again. So what is reform? And instead of going through a very flowery and perhaps a difficult definition of reform, I would restrict myself to the basic because that is what is important at the end of the day. So reform essentially means an attempt to change something, either an institution or a practice, in order to improve it. So it's very, very simple, really. But when you see that if it is so simple, then why people around the world, particularly us, keep on failing to do it? What is it that makes it so difficult? And let me very honestly say at the very start, and I'll come back to that later, that the basic thing which makes us fail this time and again is our capacity to do it. And for doing it, we need to learn something. And the problem with us, particularly the public sector, and I'll just define the public sector reform also, the problem with the public sector is that each one of us, and I'm including myself in it, each one of us has a notion and an idea of reform or a thesis of reform which starts with reforming everybody else except himself. Now that is from where the whole problem starts. So if you ask the bureaucracy about the bureaucratic reforms, they will never talk about their own reform. They will talk about the reform of business, and they will say the business in Pakistan is full of wrong practices. They will say the judicial process is an impediment. They will say, every other institution they will talk about except themselves. You talk about judicial reform, they say that we are out of your scope. You can't even touch it because it impedes the independence of judiciary, and the Constitution says that you can't touch it. You talk about any other area, so let me not waste more time. So basically the issue is that we want to reform everybody else other than ourselves. Now, what is public sector reform? And again, the very simple definition is that a deliberate change to the processes and the systems and structures of the public sector organizations with the objective to getting them perform better. Now that's a very, very wide definition. It leaves everything open, right? And it leaves a lot open to actually the imagination of the person who's doing it. And I really admire the person who wrote this very, very simple definition. I admire him because as the time moves on, the need for reform also takes new shapes. So if you would come up with a very firewalled kind of a definition of public sector reform, so what was probably required for public sector reform in the 60s and 70s will be totally irrelevant today. Or if we really keep the pace of the world as it is moving in the 21st century, what was required 3 years back will be totally irrelevant today because the world is moving on too quickly for all of us. Now, public sector reform, obviously it means that you require and you sit down to do the public sector reform at a point in time when you feel that it is not performing better or it is not performing well enough to deliver for which it has been essentially constituted. Now the question is, this is a conclusion to which we have come for the last, I think, ever since I have achieved my conscious age, that the public sector is not performing well enough. But over the same period, instead of public sector being reformed or reduced in size, I've seen the size and the footprint of the public sector increase not by percentage points, but by times. So when I joined the service, I think the public sector was at least 3 times less in its size than it is today. And all through this period, we have been consistently hearing, and I'm sure Dr. Saab has been hearing it even longer, we have been consistently hearing that it has been decided that it is time to reform the public sector. Now let me just give you a couple of numbers and probably that will make my point more clear. Today, only the federal government has 207 state-owned enterprises as of today. 207. And out of them, 87 are commercial enterprises. And for these enterprises, in the years between 2018 and 21, 3 years, the state of Pakistan, in whatever economic conditions, I do not want to deliberate on it because each one sitting here is fully aware of that. In those 3 years, the state of Pakistan, in shape of grants, subsidies, loans, and a small amount of equity investment, which was the smallest of all, provided 2.542 trillion rupees to these enterprises. 2,542 billion rupees in just the 4 years, 2018 to 21, for actually, if you cut it down, it was 3 financial years. So that is the amount of money which the state of Pakistan, which is borrowing everything, and it was borrowing even in 2018 and 19 to run its essential expenditures, just injected into these SOEs. So we can see that what is the state of the problem. Now it's very easy for us to go forward and then say that which ones are the SOEs which are getting the lion's share out of it. But let me come to that later and first address that what should not be considered to be included in reform. That is, I think we need to do this examination because every time that the public sector or any of its organizations or any of its ministries or any of its divisions decides to reform itself, these are, and I've just listed 4 or 5 of the things, that is what they end up doing. And in my view, my humble view, those are all the areas that are by no stretch of imagination included in the process of reform. The first one out of that is that anything which increases the size of public sector's footprint cannot be considered reform. Anything. We can, if there are any counter views, we can address that in the question answer session, because the time given to me is slightly constrained. So I will go through the views that I have, and then we can, if there are any counter views, we can discuss that. So my first and foremost point is that anything which increases the public sector's footprint cannot be called public sector reform. Number 2, anything which essentially aims to increase the power of state functionaries at the expense of the common people, whether it is the power of somebody sitting in the Ministry of Industries to give a permission or a license, or it is the power of a taxman who has failed to perform for the last 3 decades, 4 decades, and who now claims that he needs more powers in order to perform the job that he has consistently failed to do for the last many decades. So anything which increases the power of the state functionaries cannot be, unless and until it can be justified in exactly very, very clear and arithmetically representative solutions, that is why, what will it bring as an outcome? Merely an assumption that if you give me this power, it will result in this, it is not going to work. And it should not be considered a public sector reform. The third thing, that anything which either provides or tries to stretch the exclusive domain of state to do certain businesses, it cannot be considered reform. And that would exclude only 2 things. One, the absolute authority and exclusive authority to the use of gun, and the second, the exclusive authority to tax. Other than that, there can't be, in a system, in a government which is functioning, in a capitalist system, the word that we see today, there can't be exclusive domains for the state or its institutions. Everything else has to be open. And any reform or any effort or any measure that tries to restrict this domain to either one institution of the state or a couple of institutions of the state, or tries to exclude all others from doing that, it cannot be, and it should not be considered as a reform. Number 4, any increase in the size of bureaucracy cannot be considered a reform. I'm saying that out of my experience. I think I can't even count the number of times when we talk to, say, the people working, our colleagues, I'm not pointing to anybody else, say, in the Ministry of Food Security, that let us work, the system has changed, agriculture is now a subject of the provincial governments, we are only here to do certain policy and other measures, and research, of course. So let us talk about reform. Invariably, whatever proposals came back to us was that we need to have 2 more section officers, 4 more deputy secretaries, 6 more joint secretaries, and maybe an additional secretary, because this is what used to happen when it was Ministry of Food and Agriculture and Livestock. But when you say that it is no more the great Minfall, it is just supposed to do the job of policy and research, so where are the inclusions or improvements in the research institutions that are working. Believe me, I have never come across a proposal from anyone which said that, okay, we want to reform the Pakistan Agriculture Research Council and bring in, say, the scientists or bring in research analysts or bring in, the expertise that you need there. And second, I'll only give 2 examples. Otherwise, we can talk about every single, sector of the government. Second is the tax. And I think tax sector reform should be seen as a case study whenever we want to discuss what is public sector reform and what is impeding the growth and prosperity, which is where we want to go ultimately. Again, I do not recall that there was even a single time when the reform of tax sector, any proposals came which said that we have seen the use of these powers, these have been used arbitrarily, these has been used selectively, this has not yielded the right results, so we want to do away with these powers. And we want to bring up this reform which will still have the powers with the taxman, but he will be more transparent, he will be more inclusive, and he will be more accountable. Now let me just give you one example. I normally do not do that, but I think for making it, in 2016, after 3 years of then government, 2013, 14, 15, and 15, 16, we requested the Prime Minister that the Prime Minister office has looked at the work of the Federal Board of Revenue and wants to make a presentation in the presence of the Finance Minister and the then Chairman and FPR and the Finance and Revenue Secretary. And the purpose is that we want to identify, we think there are certain areas which need the attention of the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. So we were granted that opportunity, and for that presentation, we only used the data which was provided by the FPR. We did not try to get any data on our own. We did not go to the businessman, we did not go to the industrialists, we did not go to the traders, we did not go to any, or even the the DFIs working in Pakistan. We just took their data, and a few young people working in the Prime Minister's office at that time who were very good at analysis, and a few, I'll just point out 2-3 things. And this is at a time when the entire tax target for the year was 1,980 billion rupees. It was fixed to reach that revenue at the end of the year. So the first outcome of the analysis of the data that the FPR gave us, and both the chairman and the then secretary agreed that this is their data that has been analyzed. The first takeout was that 93% of Pakistan's tax collection is either voluntary or withholding. And the entire Federal Board of Revenue actually collects just 7% of the revenue, which, even if you want to be generous with numbers, was about 200 billion. So the entire, whatever you have laid down across Pakistan in districts, divisions, circles, you name it, the chief collectors, the special units, the special taxation units, the large taxpayers units, whatever. I would be very happy if the things have changed now, but I don't expect that they have changed. Because the mind which works for the taxation reform has not changed. For us, the tax reform in Pakistan is only achieving a certain number. And I think nobody will be probably able to adjudicate better on that than Dr. Manzoor Saab. And of course, I see a number of other faces in this audience also. So the first outcome or takeout was that only 7% is collected by the Federal Board of Revenue. And for that, the amount of powers that are given to the tax collector in Pakistan are not available to anybody else anywhere. We are always, it is always said that in Pakistan, the taxpayer cannot touch the big guns, they can't touch the big business. That may be correct. That does not mean that they do not have the statutory powers to do that. That means that they do not have either the moral courage to do it themselves, or they do not have an enabling working atmosphere to do that, which will bring in a large number of other factors. So this was, the first takeout. The second was, and this was very, very important, and we were not reviewing any other government. We were just reviewing the 3 years of our own government at that point in time. Because it is always easier to say that the last government has done this thing wrong and we are doing absolutely fine. So in 2013, 14, 14, 15, and 15, 16, the 3 financial years that preceded that, the audit section of FBR issued recovery notices between a range of 150 billion to 275 billion. And I can precisely cite 150 billion in 13-14, 175 billion in 14-15, and 275 billion in 15-16. And the recoveries against those notices of these amounts in the first year was 750 million. In the second year, it was 2.5 billion, and in the third year, it again came down to about 1.6 billion. This is a part of the record. Anybody can go and check it, because this was their data. We had not taken it out from anywhere. So can you imagine that, say, put up together notices of about 600 billion issued to various taxpayers in Pakistan or non-taxpayers in Pakistan, resulted in a collection of less than 4 billion rupees. The third thing, and that is one game that every government plays and continues to play, the increase in the number of taxpayers. I'm sure all of us know that every year one of the key features of the finance minister's speech, budget speech, is that the number of tax filers has increased from 400,000 last year to 700,000 this year, and then 7 to 1.4 million, and then 1.4 to 1.8 million. But nobody tells you that how many out of those filers actually pay the tax. So how many of them give a nil return, and how many out of them actually pay some kind of tax. Let us forget that what is the tax that they give. So let us stop here and let us see that what has happened on the tax reform side from 2016 to 2023. So this is what was the numbers and analysis, and look at what we did with reform after that. In the 7 years, we allowed once the tax collector to have access to bank accounts of individuals. We increased their powers to freeze accounts, to freeze business accounts, with or without any justification, even based on presumptions. We increase their powers to summoning individuals, forcing their attendance, even if they were taxpayers for the last 2 or 3 decades. And we did everything, and every time the only suggestion that came to the government or to the parliament was that we can't collect the tax because we do not have enough powers. Now, my humble submission is that any reform of the system which starts with this premises is bound to fail. Because first an account has to be taken of what has been done with the powers that were already available to you. And we never start with that. We never do the analysis bit. We just do what we need. And again, it just works the wrong way through. We set down a number in our mind that we have to achieve, and that number is also now forced upon us. It is not we who decide that number. Somebody else decides it for us, that this year the collection has to go 9,200 billion, and then we work it the way through. And in the same period, let me point out one final thing, and then we can move forward. In the same period of time, the tax burden on a genuine taxpayer, particularly the corporate taxpayer in Pakistan, the 3 years, was increased by 40% on average. So those who were paying taxes, particularly those who were corporatized, and this is again data analysis, not an assumption. Those who were corporatized were actually being disincentivized and asked to decorporatize. And I think if we have done one thing effectively well, we have actually decorporatized Pakistan. We have encouraged everybody to stay out of the tax net. And, the former Prime Minister, Mr. Abbasi, used to say that nowhere else in the world you will hear the term non-filer. Only in Pakistan you can hear this. So this, by increasing to tax the corporate world or people who are documented, you are actually bringing in or encouraging people to be non-filers. And one final thing, that in that year, 2016, it was a great agriculture year for Pakistan. And it was widely accepted that in that year alone, the agriculture sector in Pakistan had an additional income of 650 billion rupees. Additional income, over and above their normal income. They had a bumper wheat crop, they had a good crop other than the cotton, all other crops went very well. So they increased their income by 650 billion rupees. And the day that we made the presentation, the total collection of agriculture income tax in the entire Pakistan, all the 4 provincial governments, was something like 7.5 billion rupees. That was the total income. Total tax, collected. So I just listed out that, these are the things in my view which cannot be considered reform. And I will just say 2 more things. That public sector reform should essentially have a policy to develop the private sector, because this is the way the world has gone. And if you see all the policies of reform in Pakistan, you will not even see probably the word private sector anywhere. Even when we are forced to talk about reform, we never talk about, okay, if the state will go out of this, who will take this place? Who will come? So we never, and the word over, anywhere from where the government goes out, it also provides an enabling way for the private sector to come and perform those functions. And second, the reform has to include a capacity in the government to regulate the sectors from where it is going out, because that is extremely important. If we don't do that, at the same time, I think we are going to we are going to always face a situation in which there will be cartelization. And we have seen that happening too many times. So that is the reason that whatever, prosperity has come to Pakistan, it has not reached the common man, or it has not reached, let us not, go for cliches of common man. Let us say that it has not reached the majority of the people. Because whatever money is made, whenever, more prosperity comes to a certain sector, like say banking sector, the government went out, the private sector came in, the losses started to disappear, the profits, the write-offs started to disappear, the financial inclusion started to improve, and the profits of the banks slowly and steadily started to improve, to an extent that they found it an atmosphere where they can actually go for a kill. And they did that in the last 3 years. Because in spite of the fact that so much about the touted reforms in the State Bank of Pakistan, the State Bank did not intervene. It was their job to intervene, they did not. I'm glad that the caretaker government has now, taken this step, and it was a very important step. Even if it is a beginning, I think it is a very good indicator that this is one of the primary functions of a government, to ensure that whenever there is business without the government has to act as a regulator and has to perform that role very, very effectively. Now, just coming to the conclusion, my view is that there are two reforms which are essential for Pakistan to go to the path of prosperity. I'm not saying that we can, reach that overnight, or we can achieve. We are too much, we are back by a few centuries now in comparison to the world. And even in our, in comparison to the countries in our region or in our income groups, I think in terms of the way we work, in terms of the public sector, in terms of private sector ethics and principles, I think we are far, far behind. So I think, in my way, there are two things which are essential. One is bureaucratic reform, and that would mean, I will just briefly say, number one, reducing the size of both the federal governments and the provincial governments, and increasing the size of the local government. And when I say that, it is based on, again, a study that we did. For a normal ministry, for a federal secretary in the government of Pakistan, if a paper is received on his desk, for that paper to come back to his table, it needs about 27 days. And this is based on a study. It is, again, not an assumption. From secretary to additional secretary to joint secretary to deputy secretary to section officer, then to the assistant, and then, the return journey. And if somebody has gone for a meeting in Karachi, the file stays at his table for 2 days. If somebody has gone on visit abroad, it can stay on the table for 3-4 days, unless and until, somebody is pushing that and calling for it. So I think the first and the foremost is bureaucratic reform, and that would require reducing the number of tiers in both the federal government and the provincial government. And I've been advocating that for at least now 15 years. The first time I said this was 2008, when I was Secretary of Services in the government of Punjab, that we should have at the maximum 3 tiers in the federal government and 2 tiers in the provincial government. And it is based on the fact that if you see the files going through from one level to the top level, there is no value addition. There is hardly a value addition. I can count on my fingers the number of people in the federal bureaucracy today who can make or add value to the examination of a file or framing of a policy. So normally it just stays at the table and, with some small little observations, it is then marked up and then same way marked down. And 9 out of 10 times when it reaches the secretary, instead of going through the entire note sheet, he says, please discuss and send it back again. So the first and the foremost thing that we need in bureaucratic reform is reduce these tiers. And second thing, I'm constrained to say this, because, every time that we have talked about reform, we have ended up talking about the buy-in. My humble request is, and I do not know whether the others on the panel or in the hall will agree to that, we are not a society in which any institution, more so the bureaucracy, will ever agree or will ever, come on board for reducing either their powers or their size. So buy-in is not possible. Reform is always very well considered. You spend a lot of time on it. You think about it very dispassionately. But at the same time, you have to be merciless when you actually go and implement it. When you finalize it and when you implement it, you can't really ask for people that, please, okay, I will, instead of 40 seats for you, I'll have 50 seats in 21, and please accept what I'm saying. It doesn't happen really that way. And I will quote that the famous administrative reforms of 1973 that Mr. Bhutto did. There's one sentence that our seniors used to tell us. His establishment secretary was Mr. Waqar Ahmed, who was an officer of Pakistan Audit and Account Service, and he was his establishment secretary. So Bhutto Saab said one evening that God willing and Waqar Ahmed living, there will be no civil service of Pakistan. So, you have to be kind of merciless. I'm saying this because 3 years, I respect Dr. Ishrat Saab a lot. He has been a, wonderful person and wonderful senior. But 3 years, he was trying to have the buy-in from various service groups of the civil service for the bureaucratic reform. And we have gone even worse in that. So, this is one thing. First and the foremost requirement is a bureaucratic reform. I will not go into detail. One can have a blueprint on that. I have a blueprint on that. I keep on talking about it within the government circles. But it will only happen when somebody decides that, okay, I'm going to do it. Otherwise, we will continue to struggle. And second thing is the tax reform. No matter what kind of foreign direct investments we get in, no matter what kind of bilateral support we get in, no matter what kind of strategic partners we have, the lesson of the last 3 decades is that nothing will work unless and until we do not collect the taxes that we must. And again, a simple thing is that we keep on talking about increasing the tax to GDP ratio from 8% to 15% or even to 18%. And this is like very, very good things to think about and stay happy that one day we are going to reach this. I keep on requesting everyone that let us not talk about increasing it from 8 to 15 or 18% of the GDP. Let us just try to recover 8% of the actual GDP of Pakistan, not the documented GDP. And, there is virtually a consensus that as against the somewhere around $300 billion of, the reported GDP, the actual size of GDP is about 1.2 trillion. So just, I always keep on requesting that we can do the increase bit later on. Let us just ensure that everybody who should pay tax is paying taxes. And that would, at least for the moment, solve our problems, or at least most of them. And then we can look at taking it from 8 to 9 and 9 to 10 and 10 to 15% one day. So I'll finish here. I think these are the 2 basic things with which we need to start if we really want that Pakistan should progress. And I think that more than anything else, it is the caretaker's domain to at least prepare the footprint for that, or the blueprint for that. And of course, I'm very clear that we do not have the authority to legislate on these issues. And there may not be new legislation which is required, actually. The legislation is already there. Pakistan, one of my friends who practices law was saying, is the most over-legislated country in the world. He says there is a legislation for everything that has not happened in this country. And there is no legislation for everything that happens every day in this country. So, we may not even need to legislate. We just need to do what we are required to do, and that is do these 2 reforms, and the road to progress and prosperity, I'm sure, can start from there. It may not be an easy road to travel. Nobody has done that easily. It's a very painful, all kinds of reform are very painful, and all kinds of, it is only later when you achieve the progress and prosperity that you start to feel happy. The process of going to that place is quite difficult. But I'm sure with the collective will of everybody all around, it is very much doable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fawad. Now, I invite Dr. Nadia Tahir, an esteemed economist, who will share insights into the critical topic of downsizing the federal government.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Prime. Why I am here? I am here because my spouse, Dr. Pervez Tahir, who has been invited to speak on this occasion, is no more with us. And I have to carry forward his thoughts, his ideas. Sir, you have said that reform has to be merciless and it has to be painful, and there is no royal road for prosperity. Agreed. Fully agreed. You said that we need to have two reforms. First, bureaucracy. Second, tax. May I humbly propose, please add planning commission. Because, yes, but there are non-bureaucrats as well. So when we talk about downsizing in Pakistan and the type of the planning commission we have, there is a disconnect. Disconnect results into the wastage of resources. And I'll come to these points later. Fawad Saab had really provoked me on the question that there is any concept of like having any big government. I am a teacher, researcher, writes. So the argument is minimum government versus maximum government. Adam Smith says that the minimum government, so we should have the fruit of individuals' labor. Marx, and these two ideas have dominated the world history and economic history, so we keep referring to these. I'm not that old, so please bear with me. So bourgeoisie's government, when the government of the capitalist is there and helping the crony capital, so Marx said that this type of the state has to wither away. In the latest times, when we see the economic literature, Buchanan, when coined the idea of public choice and the idea of fiscal federalism was promoted, and then North and Roderick and what else, the latest wave of economic literature talks about that, is it a curse to have a big government? We see that in all developed countries, the size of the government is almost 30%, 40%. When we look at our government, it is 20% of the resources. And sir, humbly, you are from bureaucracy and you know the inside out, so I can't challenge your ideas, but the type and the amount of the work which our bureaucrats are doing, humongous. Their offices are full, And I'm not trying to legitimate, but this type of a rush you can't see in any developed country's public servant offices. We have not upskilled. The power can be used to facilitate the people, to enable the people. The power which we are talking about can make things happen. And there is a Wagner's law and Peacock's hypothesis, Wiseman and Peacock's hypothesis and Musgrave's thinking. These all are saying that the government expenditure has to increase when there is increase in per capita income. The elasticity of income per capita has to be greater than 1 when we are making extra penny spending on public service. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, it is flat. And here you are right, that the size of the public sector and the spending is not promoting growth. It is not enabling growth. May I request to please go forward? So, this was I have done, please. I am not usually following presentations, but for the keeping the audience busy. So, when we are talking about, please move forward. So when we are talking about the reforms has to be merciless, I'll take you to the tour of the history. And tour of the history will tell us, and I am mentioning intentionally 2 pieces of reforms in which Parvez Tahir was there, and I have benefited from his ideas and his wisdom. One is in 1997, Hafiz Pasha was the Deputy Chairman Planning Commission. He'd been given this task to downsize or the restructure, please move forward, downsize or restructure the federal government. And you can see these numbers. They have said we need to rationalize the ministries and the divisions. 18 ministries and 24 divisions. And it will save 25% of the wage bill. This was in 1997. We move forward, 2000. Deputy Chairman Planning Commission, Shahid Amjad Chaudhry. Parvez Tahir was member. And again, the task assigned to downsize the federal government. Findings were more or less the same. We should have minimum government. We should have a surplus pool. We should build the capacity. Every ministry should have mission, vision statements, performance indicators, and one sentence really was very fascinating for me. The report said, and I quote, that our public servants has the capacity to write their mission and vision statements, and they can do these things quite capably. When I was listening to Fawad Saab, and then he talked about the capacity challenge, and we see all around that now we have the donors in the ministries to write these type of the statements. In 2000, the findings are almost the same was in 1997. And Pasha's report suggested that there was an earlier exercise as well by the caretaker, and that was restrictive. And in these 2 exercises, defense and defense production and foreign affairs was not included, and these were the separate reforms. Ladies and gentlemen, we had 18th Amendment. Please move forward. And again, we see that the findings are almost same. We have to devolve some of the responsibilities of the federal government to the provinces. And in this land of pure, we have seen that the money devolved, but not responsibilities. And there were, again, proposal that we should have 10 ministries, quite sufficient to run the affairs of the federal government. And this is something which keeps striking us all. We all say good things. We all believe that this has to be done. This needs to be the right path for bringing the prosperity. But unfortunately, why we are not doing it? All these downsizing exercises recommended categorically that state-owned enterprises has to be privatized. There is no business which the federal government has to do on the commercial side, commercial and production side. Industries and commerce may be merged into the trade and industries. We are unable to do. We keep on repeating the same mistakes. And the frustration of Dr. Pervez Tahir resulted into right that forget tax increase, so reduce the spending. And this was just a few months back, on the 23rd of June, when he was writing that we cannot increase taxes. And for taxes, sir, you are saying that 7% FBR is collecting. Ikram Saab and Huzaima is sitting, and they did a study, 4% is actually tax collection of the FBR. The audit report of 2019 of FBR states that this organization is unable to give a correct number of how much tax it has collected. And for collecting 4% of the tax, we are having a huge setup, a huge paraphernalia. And Pervez, please move forward. And if you see that for collecting 4%, we need FBR, who is unable to make the filers to file their income tax. They have the data with them, and they fail to make people file. In everywhere in the world, it is either you are in social protection or in tax net. And this is the definition of formality, that if you are not in taxpayer's net, you are on social protection. We are unable to do this simple thing. Please move forward. So, isse bhi aage chaliye. So, what we should be doing? As I said, my humble submissions, 3 submissions I am giving. Redefine the role of planning. We should make Planning Commission as a secretariat of the CCI, which should be in the true spirit of the Constitution and after the 18th Amendment is required. We need to have federalism in true spirit, where all the provinces are taking part in the planning exercise, and the provinces should be devolving their resources as per the responsibilities. So social sector, and again I am referring to 2000 report which were done by Shahid Amjad Chaudhary and Parvez Tahir as a member, suggests that education, health policy is of a federal domain. But talking about the universities, how to run the universities and how not to run the universities, it is where they belong. So they should have, at federal government level, the people who are brainy. By accepting that we should have a small government, we are saying businesses are smarter enough and we bureaucrats are not brainy enough. So this has to make me to think that ECNIC should take the planning exercise in complete coordination of provinces. And further, please move forward. A cabinet has to be fit for the purpose, not more than 10 ministries. We can't afford. And it will save your hard-earned income. And abolish subsidies, abolish straight land and expenditure which we are doing on it, so we cannot borrowing from the lenders and compromising over our agendas. Please move forward. This is again, give FBR a decent burial. Really. We had a very good example of Nadra. We have motorway traffic example. Conventional traffic police versus motorway police. In this country, we have seen island of excellence. We have seen people thriving. People like me who belongs to the downtrodden and the marginalized group of the society come out, hard worked, and standing and sharing the ideas. So, if we are trying to keep the legacy of the past by retaining the organizations which are not delivering, no more. And with this, please move forward. We have to abolish just because they are not collecting enough revenue which is essential for the development. The last thing, that the gap between the expenditures and the revenues is keep on increasing. Please, if we are the advocates who are saying that there is no consistency of the policy in Pakistan, we are consistent enough in saying that we will not change. We will not reform better. We will not use power to enable the businesses and to facilitate the common man. Thank you very much.
As we next delve into the critical discussion, Dr. Manzoor Ahmed will be guiding us through this session. We express gratitude to our esteemed speakers. Dr. Manzoor Ahmed will now present. He has to first. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. I think this is up. That's right. So let's have some discussion here. Anyone who wants to? Okay. Ajay, यहाँ पे आ जाए. You have to queue up here. Okay.
Privatization, it's happening all over. I mean, there are many countries that have done it. For example, Chile in the 1980s and Turkey when Erdogan came in power. And Pakistan has done privatization, I believe, in the early 90s, but those were mostly the entities that were nationalized from the family. These were businesses. Given the fact that today we are in the 21st century and we are in 2023-24, there's an urgency on privatization. So my question to you is, time is of the essence. We're bleeding 10% of the GDP right now with state-owned enterprises and all these loans and guarantees of 5.6 trillion, and they're increasing in the quantity over the years. Why doesn't the government look into the fact that auction is also an option to get all these sick entities and maybe the top 10 who are responsible for 90% of the losses, auction and get rid of them, man. That's my question to you.
Thank you.
Well, I just wish that you had made this question to a member of the elected government who was responsible for privatization. My constraint is very simple. The domain of the caretaker government starts with what the elected governments had put on the plate for it, and it ends with whatever we can achieve within the time period that we are here. So we can't change any of the procedures, we can't change any of the laws, and privatization at the moment is governed by the law which was framed in 2000 and on which I'm definitely going to leave a note for my successors that what is it that needs to be changed in here. Because this was at the start of the 21st century and there is a large number of things which need to be rewritten in that, and that also includes, just for supporting what you're saying, a privatization transaction to take place strictly in accordance with the law today needs 462 working days. That is the time period. And believe me, I'm saying it with not a lot of pleasure, but with a lot of pain. Most of the enterprises that we have today in the state-owned sector, the federal government simply does not have the money to support them for even 4 days. For supporting them for 4 days, we borrow every day. And it is becoming increasingly difficult for even the finance minister to convince the banks to lend more money. This is the state of affairs. And on the other hand, we have a law which wants us to spend 1.5 years in taking one entity through the privatization if there are no challenges to it. If there are challenges, it can take a decade. And I can tell you of, at least 5 privatization attempts, 5 different organizations and entities where the privatization process was started in 1990s or early 2000 and they are still not complete. So it is more than 2 decades, 2.5 decades, and they are still lingering somewhere in the courts. So I agree, I may not agree with the auction given but there has to be a change of process to expedite this whole thing.
Right. Can I request those who want to ask questions to please queue up? Dr. Krishnanda goes first, Haroon. जिन्होंने पहले सवाल नहीं किया वो आ जाए यहाँ पर आ जाए इस तरफ भी है और इस तरफ भी है so that we know how many questions we have and we can just do it more efficiently. Ji, Rakshanda, please.
I just need less than 90 seconds. मैं 4 बातें जो हैं करना चाह रही हूँ, उसके बाद एक छोटी सी क्वेरी है. We all know, in the long run, we are all dead. अब बहुत सी बातें इकोनॉमिस्ट ने की, इकोनॉमिस्ट की कही हुई बातें हुई, लेकिन मुझे ये समझ नहीं आ रहा कि जिस मुल्क में सिविल और मिलिट्री ब्यूरोक्रेसी के तकरीबन 22,000 जो हैं, उनके पास डुअल नेशनलिटी हो, तो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट की हमने क्यों नहीं बात की. एक ये. दूसरा जो मैं कहने लगी हूँ, चूँकि बहुत हिम्मत की बात होगी, आई हैव टू लिव इन इस्लामाबाद, आई डोंट हैव एनी अदर नेशनलिटी. एक दफ़ा सबने कहा ये होना चाहिए, ये होना चाहिए, ये होना चाहिए. एक मौलवी साहब ने कहा ये करें, ये करें, ये करें, जन्नत में जाएंगे. तो किसी ने मेरे जैसे ने कहा कि इसका मतलब है हम नहीं जा सकते जन्नत में. तो ये सारे रिफॉर्म्स जो है करेगा कौन? इकबाल का एक रेडिकल किस्म का शेर है, जिस खेत से दहका को मुयस्सर ना हो रोज़ी. आप भी शायर हैं, डॉक्टर इकराम भी शायर हैं. तो इसको ज़रा रिफॉर्म बना के कैसे कर सकते हैं? और लास्ट बट नॉट लीस्ट, मैडम नादिया, थैंक यू. आपने एक कॉमन मैन की बात की, बड़ा अच्छा लगा. उसको मैं थोड़ा सा आगे ज़रा करना चाहती हूँ कि हमें फेमिनिस्ट पर्सपेक्टिव्स भी इंक्लूड करने चाहिए. इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि एक अलग डरबा बना के चेंबर ऑफ विमेन, वो विमेन चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स, जो कि हमें पता है उस किस तरह वो बनते हैं और क्यों बनते हैं. तो इसके मुतालिक भी बात होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान इज़ अ सेकेंड वर्स्ट कंट्री ऑन जेंडर इनइक्वालिटी इंडेक्स. थैंक यू.
Thank you. Please.
जी, अस्सलाम वालेकुम. मेरा नाम हारून राजा है और मैं एक एंटरप्रेन्योर हूँ और साथ में पाफला पाकिस्तान फ्रीलांसर एसोसिएशन का को-फाउंडर हूँ. अच्छा, मेरा जो सवाल है, इट्स अबाउट एड्रेसिंग द एलिफेंट और रादर द लाइक्स ऑफ द Boeing 777 इन द रूम, एंड ऑल्सो द सब्जेक्ट के बिल्ली की गर्दन में जैसे अभी बात होती, घंटी बांधेगा कौन. तो आई जस्ट वांट अ कैंडिड रिस्पॉन्स फ्रॉम अमंग यू. आप मेरे से बहुत ज़्यादा लर्नड लोग हैं, कि एज अ कॉमन मैन shall I have expectations considering the stakeholders are the ones जिन्हें रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दी जा रही है, the beneficiaries rather are the ones जिन्हें रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दी जा रही है to make these reforms. For example, सबको पता है कि जो पब्लिक सेक्टर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, उनमें पॉलिटिकल रीजंस की वजह से वोट बैंक कैप्चर करने के लिए किस लेवल पे जो हैं सियासी भर्तियां की गई हैं. सो जब उन्हें प्राइवेटाइज किया जाएगा, प्राइवेट सेक्टर में तो उन तमाम के तमाम जो वोट बैंक जो अपना उल्लू सीधा करने के लिए भर्ती किया गया था, उन लोगों को नहीं पालना प्राइवेट सेक्टर ने. वाई वुड प्राइवेट ओनर्स बेयर सच एन एक्सपेंस? सो डू we even expect that the political parties would have any genuine interest in privatizing those organizations and losing that vote bank that they have through the people they've employed there?
Thank you.
And secondly, isi subject pe, how about the subject of downsizing the holy cow, if you will? I, as a common man, should I have any practical expectations, या वो मैं ना ही समझूं वाली बात है? ये मेरा सवाल है basically.
Thank you. जी, Moin. Moin, you want to go first, and then Arshad sahab.
जी, प्राइवेटाइजेशन के बारे में सवाल है जी. वो ये कि ग्रांटेड टाइम कम है, लेकिन प्रेपरेशन तो की जा सकती है. क्योंकि जैसे जो बड़े जैसे रेलवेज़ हो गई, स्टील मिल्स होगी, तो क्योंकि ये इतना बड़ा होल है कि हम अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते एनी फर्दर डिले. और हमारे कुछ अच्छे एक्सपीरियंसेस हुए हैं इन द 90s, बैंकिंग को देख लें, फिर टेलीकॉम में भी. तो क्यों ना हम इस चीज़ को एक्सेलरेट करें और एटलीस्ट प्रेपरेशन कर लें जो बड़े जो एंटरप्राइजेज़ हैं, ताकि जब इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट आए तो उनके लिए फिर आसान हो इसको एक्सपेडाइट करना.
थैंक यू.
ओके, मेरा सवाल इस तरफ है कि 207 स्टेट एंटरप्राइजेस हैं और इसके अलावा हम बहुत से इश्यूज़ की बात कर रहे हैं. डू वी हैव a kind of an inventory or list of people who can actually, अगर आप privatize करने जाएं तो कौन आएगा उसको govern करने के लिए, कौन head करेगा? Have we, और ये इस सवाल बहुत अच्छा सवाल है कि before we go into that process, I think we should have a interim step in which we create a governance board or a supervisory board जिसके अंदर आप professionals और subject matter experts को लाएं जो कि हमारे यहाँ बहुत अच्छे लोग हैं और बहुत expert लोग हैं और बड़े experienced लोग हैं, qualified लोग हैं, उनको इस level पे, I mean, to guide the more younger energetic people who can then effectively implement or execute a plan or the board. So is there a national registry or a national, you know, और दूसरी तरफ ये कि yes, we have failed in the past to accelerate the process and we think we can do the same and expect this different result. I don't think it'll happen. So we have to rethink what we are doing. And thirdly, of course, ये जो हम reform की बात कर रहे हैं, bureaucracy का या government का, is this the way forward? हम ये fashionable term तो नहीं निकाल लिया हमने कि भाई government को बाहर निकाल दें और छोटा कर दें और ये कर दें वो कर दें. And there has to be a very considered argument कि हाँ हमें ये चीज़ चाहिए या इसको zero base कर देना. हम जहाँ जाना चाह रहे हैं, let's say next 30 years. So what do we need in terms of support infrastructure, expertise, and then utilize our manpower, which I feel that a lot of bureaucrats, well-trained and have the necessary capacity to deliver, can be accommodated and retooled, you know. हम ये बड़े आसान है कहना कि बिहार को खत्म कर दें, लेकिन तो वो क्या ये possibility भी consider कर सकते हैं हम? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. मेरा नाम शाइस्ता गिलानी है. यहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा reforms की बात हो रही है. So I have a suggestion that as a part of reforms, we also think to have a policy on state aid. State aid is different kinds of subsidies, जो tax breaks हम private sector में भी कुछ companies को दे रहे हैं, and as a part of government भी दे रहे हैं, but we don't have any policy on that. Different जब grant के time पे considerations तो होती हैं, but there is no like documented state policy. उसकी वजह से they are not time bound. उनके results को हम monitor नहीं कर सकते और from the ages जो हैं वो चलती जा रही हैं, and they are a big burden on the budget and on the government. So as a part of private sector reforms and public sector reforms, we should consider to have this policy, and we should have a national registry of whatever state aid is being given in different sectors, so that we can track that and we can monitor the results and we can abandon it ultimately. That is my suggestion. Thank you.
Sir, मेरा question ये है कि जब हम रिफॉर्म्स की बात करते हैं, अब या इस तरह डिस्कशन अरेंज करना या इस तरह के वर्कशॉप्स में अरेंज करना, क्या ये सोल्यूशन है? क्योंकि हमारे हज़ारों लोग इस चीज़ से वाकिफ़ ही नहीं है, वो इकोनॉमी के बेसिक्स को ही नहीं समझते, हमारे वो एवन बजट को नहीं रीड आउट कर सकते. अभी जो डिस्कशन हो रही थी, एवन मुझे बहुत सारे ऐसे टर्म्स हैं जिसकी मुझे समझ नहीं आ रही थी. तो क्या सर ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि हमारे जो यूनिवर्सिटी के सिलेबस है उनको रिव्यू किया जाए और इसमें ये बेसिक्स इकोनॉमिक के इंक्लूड किए जाए, ताकि जो यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रेजुएट है उसके मुताबिक उनको इकोनॉमी का गवर्नमेंट कैसे काम करती है, इकोनॉमी क्या है, इसके बेसिक्स का पता हो, और जब वो अपने लीडर चूज़ करे तो वो इस बेस पर चूज़ करे कि किसके पास बेस्ट पॉलिसी है, ना कि वो ट्रेंड को फॉलो करे. मतलब फॉर एग्जांपल पाकिस्तान में ट्रेंड फॉलो होता है कि कौन सा लीडर जो अवाम नाम लेते हैं सारे उसको फॉलो कर लेते हैं, वो इनके एजेंडे को, मैनिफेस्टो को, पार्टी को वो नहीं देखते. तो क्या मेरा सवाल ये कि इस यूनिवर्सिटी के सिलेबस में ये चीज़ इंक्लूड नहीं होनी चाहिए?
थैंक यू. लास्ट क्वेश्चन. The last question, ji.
I'm Mohammad Danish.
Please, Danish, go ahead.
Yes. I'm Mohammad Danish Raza. I'm pursuing Bachelor's in Economics from National Defense University. And my question is that we often tend to talk about economic reforms, but if you take a glance at our history of subcontinent, and even if our current, the way of living we are having, then one thing is particularly very common, that we have repulsive nature that is in our inheritance, and that is the biggest hurdle in implementing those reforms. So I think that the future discussions should be on a subject that how we can overcome our repulsive nature so that we can implement those reforms. Thank you.
Thank you. Javed Hassan sir, formerly the chairman of Economic Advisory Group, please.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm afraid I'm going to say something slightly not in line with what is being said here, just to add some spice here.
There will be lunch later on.
I think it's a great idea, privatization. None of us oppose it. But frankly speaking, much of the privatization that has taken place in Pakistan has been a singular failure. I've been a banking analyst, and look at the banking sector. Yes, the taxes have increased, but look at the banking sector, how competitive it is. We have not necessarily increased the competition in the bank. Look at the return on assets. It's one of the highest in the world. Look at the spreads. So while it is a great idea to have privatization, I think the government should be very small. I'm not too sure privatization is necessarily the panacea that we make it out to be. I think the greater question is, how do we avoid rent seeking? And rent seeking is both in the private sector and in the government sector. We keep talking about this whole business of the state-owned companies. Yes, they probably are a burden of about 400 billion. But let's think about the private sector, how much rent it ekes out of the government. And that's the critical thing. So I think we need to think of in a much more holistic manner than simply think in terms of privatization. Because this privatization very often is another way of rent seeking, as I think has been the case of banking sector.
Thank you.
I would like to say something about that there are two major areas where the SOC's losses are there. One is the DESCOs, and other is the steel mill and the PIA. I will talk about two. DESCO, there is no privatization involved if you just do one thing and give it to the provinces, because provinces can collect the money because they have the police under their control, they have the patwari even, you can even reach to the village level, so there will be no fault, you know. And and for that you just have to issue one notification that from tomorrow, these will just report from Ministry of Water and Power in federal government to the concerned power department. So the things will be over. So the second thing I am saying about the steel mill. That steel mill, you know, in 2016 it was shut down while you were in the government. And what was in the back of mind to shut it down when the people were not given the VSR and VSS, and they were not released? And just I think yesterday I was reading in some newspaper that about 6 billion rupees in the shape of pays and salaries and allowances have been paid to those people so far. So what was in the mind of the people at that time? To shut it down in such a hurry way, you know.
Thank you. Very last point, Arshad sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Arshad Dad. I am from the construction sector. I am the chief advisor of the Contractors Association of Pakistan. यहाँ पर रिफॉर्म और रीस्ट्रक्चरिंग की बात हो रही है, तो मैं प्राइम की भी और फवाद साहब आपकी भी तवज्जो एक बुनियादी रीस्ट्रक्चरिंग के बारे में जाता हूँ. I think we should all consider that the first thing we do before we go into any other reform or restructuring is the restructuring of the Federation of Pakistan. We are the only country in the world जिसका 25 करोड़ आबादी है और 4 federating units हैं. I think time has come that we revisit this. काम इस पे बहुत हो चुका है. All our countries which border us have 30 plus. Iran 31, China 32 or 33, I forget. Afghanistan 34. India started with 17 at independence. They are at now 28 plus 8 union territories, so 36. I mean, it's not possible to govern this country with 4 federating units. जब ये बात मैंने political forums पे की तो बहुत pushback आया, because the stakeholders, they are rent seeking, जो अभी बात हुई, they are rent seeking in the political circle also. So उन्होंने इसके ऊपर बहुत pushback किया, because they tend to lose whatever they have in their pockets. Right. So I think basically, I think we should start from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I hand over back to the speakers, I wanted to first of all apologize for the time. I think we are running about half an hour late, but we will conclude in about 10 minutes for lunch break. And then we have one speaker less in the last session, so we will catch up in the last session and we'll finish the conference on time, inshallah. But thank you for your patience, really, and for your engagement. Over to you, sir, and Dr. Nadir.
आपको शायद प्राइवेटाइजेशन पे ही एक सेशन रखना चाहिएगा क्योंकि
सवाल
सारे मेरे पे ही आए जी वी विल अच्छा जी मैं I'll just go one by one and try to be as quick as possible पहला क्वेश्चन ये था जी कि बिल्ली के गले में घंटी कौन बांधेगा I think and please don't mind if I'm going to say something which is hurt लोग बांधेंगे जी the way you elect your governments the way you elect your governments अगर आपने कभी ये सोच लिया कि जिसको हम वोट देने जा रहे हैं इसमें ये एबिलिटी है ये गवर्न करने की या ये जब पिछली मर्तबा था तो इसने क्या किया था तो I think you will start and then ask for a program we are 2 months from the elections has anybody seen any program of any political party which talks about the problems of today no So sir, very simple answer is मुझे अब वो नजर नहीं आ रहे जिन्होंने ये क्वेश्चन किया था ये आपने बांधनी है गले में घंटी मैंने बांधनी है हम सब लोगों ने मिलकर बांधनी है और ये कोई मुश्किल नहीं है बड़े आराम से बन जाएगी जिस दिन हम लोगों ने ये फैसला कर लिया The second question came from here कि जी तैयारी तो की जा सकती है very right and that is exactly sir what we are trying to do we are just going to privatize whatever it is possible to privatize during this time. उसके अलावा जिनके ऊपर कुछ काम हो रहा है या कुछ हो रहा है कुछ एरियाज ऐसे हैं जिस पे हम थोड़ी सी कोशिश करें जल्दी करने की इसलिए कि हमारा ये फीलिंग है कि ये बर्डन शायद पॉलिटिकल गवर्नमेंट्स नहीं उठा सकेंगी तो उनको इस बोझ से अगर हम विद इन द फ्रेमवर्क ऑफ लॉ अगर हम उनको आज़ाद कर सकें तो जरूर कर दें शायद उनके लिए ये करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाए तीसरा क्वेश्चन ये आया जी कि कौन गवर्न करेगा एक ये हुआ जी कि कोई नेशनल रजिस्ट्री है उन लोगों की हम उन लोगों को क्यों नहीं सामने लेके आते बहुत से अच्छे लोग हैं जो आके इन एसओईज को या दूसरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को रन करें रजिस्ट्री तो है जी SECP मेंटेन्स अ लिस्ट ऑफ ओवर 4,200 पीपल who have been declared fit and proper to be members of the board of governors of various organizations, both private and public sector. They don't differentiate in it. They say that this person has the right background, academic or professional, that he can be nominated to a board and run it. तो 4,200 लोगों का है. अब जब आती है बात SOEs की, तो believe me, for the last 6 weeks, I'm trying to form a board for PIA. And anybody who I think can be a good member of the board of directors for the transition period, because it is not somebody who's going to stay there for 3 years. None of them is actually willing to be on the board of directors. And this is true about all the state-owned enterprises. People do not want to be on the board of directors because of a variety of reasons. और उनमें से well-meaning लोग हैं, people who understand कि SOEs पाकिस्तान के साथ क्या करी हैं. People who can actually lead the process of privatization rather than myself or my secretary doing it, they can lead it sitting on those boards and probably do a better job than we will do from a removed place. But none of them wants to be there. So, registry है, उनमें से कितने लोग public sector में के boards पे आने के लिए तैयार हैं, वो एक बहुत बड़ा question है और दूसरा question है कि boards nominate कैसे होते हैं. मैं I'll be again slightly brutal. Last जो boards nominate हुए उसमें seats divide की गई board की different political parties के दरमियान. 2 तुम दे दो, 2 तुम दे दो, 1 तुम दे दो और तुम 2 में से 1 दे दो. This is exactly the way the boards were nominated. And it is very, very difficult. मैं अपनी बात नहीं कर रहा. I'm telling you, you must pity the people who are trying to work with those boards. You must pity those secretaries and those ministers who are here for a very short period, who are trying to work with those boards which have political agendas in terms of every single member or majority. Let me not say every single member. The majority of members nominated there. So, let us also be realistic about the situation that we are working in. इसीलिए मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि जी ये चीज़ें अब वो स्टेज से गुजर चुकी हैं जहाँ पे हम it needs a surgical operation. करेगा कौन फिर मैं कहूँगा लोग करेंगे नहीं करेंगे तो फिर खुद ब खुद हो जाएगा जी. I am afraid it will happen and it has happened all over the world. That is what the history tells us. Somehow we are not seeing the writing on the wall We know that we can't afford the state-owned enterprise sector. We are still trying to afford it. We know that we can't run these companies with these kinds of nominations. We will again make a similar kind of nominations when we come to the government the next time. So these are the problems that we are living with, and sessions like this are very good, provided that, at least some of the people sitting here form an opinion, go back and try to strive for it. Wherever they are and wherever they are working or wherever they are interacting, they start to say these things. Second, next G, state aid and subsidies to both public and private sector are not, I think these are all listed in various documents that we have. The supplementary statements of budgets, every government tries to hide this data somehow because they don't want people to know that who they are giving and how they are giving it. So, this is one of the more oblique parts of the budget statements. Dr. Saab shayad zyada behtar tarike se bata sakenge, but this is definitely there. And now with the Right of Information Act, Shahbaz Rana Saab baithe hue hain, aksar usko invoke karte rehte hain. Probably it is time for you to publish it, ke ji, ye kya diya jata hai. But amazingly, aapko shayad ehsaas nahi hai ke ye shayad दुनिया का अकलौता मुल्क है, पब्लिक सेक्टर की सब्सिडी को छोड़ दें, जहां पे हम प्राइवेट सेक्टर एंटिटीज को सब्सिडीज दे के पिछले 10-10 साल से चला रहे हैं at the expense of the common man. Right? And we are going to continue that unless and until, we simply cannot do it anymore. So, ये reality है, but the data is available. Only thing is we need to look for it. Then this young man's question, who said that we have to change our repulsive nature. I think for the better understanding of the word, I think we have more of an obstructive nature. We are not people who are aligned with change. शायद repulsive हम नहीं हैं, लेकिन हमें change बड़ी मुश्किल लगती है, चाहे वो किसी तरह की भी change हो. हमें अच्छा नहीं लगता कि कोई चीज़, हम कहते हैं जिस तरह चीज़ चल रही है उसी तरह चलती रहे और ये बस रातों रात सुबह मैं उठूं तो ये बेहतर हो जाए. And this is what people think. कि जी बस ये अगली मर्तबा ये ठीक हो जाएगा. नहीं, ये अगली मर्तबा ठीक नहीं होगा. ये पिछली मर्तबा भी ठीक नहीं हुआ, ये अगली मर्तबा भी ठीक नहीं होगा unless and until we make some conscious efforts. Then बात हुई जी कि बैंकिंग सेक्टर की फेलियर की. पीछे बैठे हुए हैं, उन्होंने बात की कि जी मैं हैव रिव्यूड इट एंड इट इज फेलियर. और देखें, और दूसरा ये है कि जी सिंपली प्राइवेटाइजेशन नहीं होनी चाहिए. देखें, प्रॉब्लम ये है कि अगर हम कोई चीज़ ठीक तरह से नहीं करें तो उसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि वो नहीं होनी चाहिए. प्राइवेटाइजेशन का लॉ जो है उसका एक एसेंशियल कंपोनेंट ये है कि जब भी सरकार किसी सेक्टर से निकलेगी तो वो वहाँ के लिए एक रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क छोड़ के जाएगी. एंड दिस इज ए पार्ट ऑफ द प्राइवेटाइजेशन कमीशन. It is very unfortunate that the Privatization Commission, while doing the privatization, has never done this. आज तक कभी किसी सेक्टर की प्राइवेटाइजेशन के साथ उस सेक्टर के लिए एक नया रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क नहीं आया. बैंकिंग सेक्टर का रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क जितना भी आया वो इंटरनल कार्टेलाइजेशन या प्रॉफिट मेकिंग या रेंट सीकिंग को कंट्रोल करने के लिए नहीं आया. वो हमारे इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस की एक्सेस टू इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए आया. उन्होंने स्टेट बैंक के गवर्नर को सरकार के कंट्रोल से निकाल के अपने ऊपर डिपेंडेंट कर लिया और इन द रिटर्न दे हैव फ्री एक्सेस टू इंफॉर्मेशन व्हिच वी यूज्ड टू एट टाइम impede. We were not very willing to provide them that information. But no one, and that is something that all of us must ask, that why? Why never an IMF program or a World Bank mission has asked us to cut down on the massive spread that the banks have in Pakistan? You have very rightly said, unparalleled in any other country in the world. And our economy is failing, our private sector is failing, our public sector is failing, our businesses are closing. Our unemployment is increasing by the day. But the banking sector, the money that they have made in last 3 years is unparalleled all over the world. But there is no framework and no international organization has asked us, कि जी ये क्यों नहीं किया आपने? इनको भी तो देखें. In the last year alone, 1,000 billion, more than 1,000 billion of profits in the banking sector. And my counter argument to you, sir, out of them, the lowest profits are the two banks which are in the public sector. और नेशनल बैंक 35 अरब रुपए का प्रॉफिट करता है, हबीब बैंक 300 अरब रुपए का प्रॉफिट करता है. नेशनल बैंक गवर्नमेंट की रजिस्ट्री भी है. प्राइवेटाइजेशन कमीशन का 6 अरब रुपया उधर पड़ा हुआ है जिसपे वो 4% देते हैं इंटरेस्ट. वही अगर हबीब बैंक में पड़ा हो तो 21% वो खुश होकर देंगे आज. But in spite of paying 4% on hundreds of billions of public money, the National Bank is still not being able to make profits. And if they make profits, those are very small compared to their size. So, you know, while the rent-seeking and cartelization of the private sector requires to be controlled, and there are institutions and there are frameworks which have to be put in place, let me, you know, say it with some pride that for the aviation sector, we are already working on a post-privatization regulatory framework, which can ensure that there is no profit-seeking or cartelization between the private airlines once the PI is not there, or which can ensure that areas which are underserved will still continue to have the flights. And, you know, all this is possible. So it is just that the government needs to probably work better on its role. एक डिस्कोर्स का क्वेश्चन हुआ जी कि इसको प्रोविंशियलाइज क्यों नहीं कर देते, और आज ही उन्होंने कहा कि जी अगर आप आज नोटिफिकेशन इशू कर दें तो कल हो जाएगा. आई विश इट वाज सो सिंपल. प्रोविंशियलाइजेशन का इशू जी पिछले 1.5 साल से डिबेट में रहा. And then the last government decided at one place, कि we are going to provincialize it. So they talked to the provinces. So the provinces, you know, one out of the provinces said, which was Sindh in this case, कि जी हाँ हम बिल्कुल हम we are ready to accept them under the provincial fold. दो काम सिर्फ कर ले. एक तो यह है कि जितने इनके accumulated losses हैं वो federal government जिम्मेदार होगी. You know, we are not going to be responsible. But this was not the all. The next demand that they said that for the next 5 years, please continue to bear the losses and give it to us. So, you know, जो कुछ अखबारों में आता है, वो शायद उतना reality को represent नहीं करता जितना, and to tell you very honestly, I don't think that the provincialization of the power sector is an answer. It will probably result into the worst kind of cartelization if it is done. Because it will go from public sector in the federal government to public sector in the provincial government, and then it will be privatized there. I do not need to say anything further, ji. Then, jo finally Arshad Dar Saab ne baat ki, कि जी restructure the federal government. I am a great advocate of that. I honestly think that this size of our country, the province of Punjab for that matter, is bigger than 110 countries in the world, both in terms of population and also in terms of, you know, many other denominators. So, yes, it should be done as of yesterday. It should have been done much earlier. चूंकि ये आज का subject नहीं था, तो इसलिए मैंने इस पे बात नहीं. I just hinted towards it that reduce the size of the federal. This is also Sadia, Dr. Sadia ने जो बात की थी. Reduce the size of the federal and provincial governments, but I said increase the size of the local government, right? Because that is where the service delivery has to take place, and that is where the resources have to travel if you really want the people to benefit from it. So, ये debates लंबी हैं. Honestly, one would feel like talking more on these subjects, but Dr. Saab has to speak, who probably has more experience than anybody out of us. But thank you all for a very healthy debate and for all the questions that cropped up. I think it will enable us, all of us, to think more and probably come up with some better answers the next time we get together on a forum. Thank you very much.
I am not feminist. I am human. And my message to all the women, compete and don't ask for a special treatment. We are not differently able people. We can compete in our own right. और जावेद साहब ने जो कहा बैंकिंग का, जहाँ पर टैक्स रेवेन्यू का 90% is for the interest payments, interest rates are 22%, तो फिर बैंकिंग प्रॉफिट्स बनते हैं, टी बिल्स में इन्वेस्ट करते रहें और गवर्नमेंट का नॉन टैक्स रेवेन्यू वहाँ से आता रहे, तो it's a win-win situation for the financial sector, it's a win-win situation for the government. They have the resolve not to tax the incomes, and there is an easy way to have non-tax revenue from the profit of the state bank and the banking sector. Thank you very much.
Ali, मेरा ख्याल है कि we have slightly but considerably overrun our time. So I'll just be very, very brief and sum up in a few words. I think it was a great session. It's not just because I felt it's good, because I could see that there was pin drop silence. You know, after I go to these conferences, but there's someone talking always, and then the people are looking on messages, and I just could see only one person I looked at, was looking messages. So it was indeed a great session, and they kept glued to their chairs. I mean, by this time, near lunchtime, they often move out. So all these indicators. I mean, what comes out, I'm not going to go individually to sum up, but, it was a general perception that our reforms in the past, unfortunately, have not been very satisfactory. Partially because, as Fuad Sahab said, we want to reform every other institution, every other person, but not ourselves. And then something came out which I kind of never thought about it. There should be certain parameters of every reform. And they were very clear that there should not, any reform should not increase in government footprint, but it's always the opposite. When we look at we're just doing this tax reform and we were asking set up another division, things like that. And then there was that, power of bureaucracy. It should not result in more, but people have tried it. Abdullah Yusuf is sitting here. He was a great believer in facilitation. Get rid of these checkposts here and reduce it, and don't treat everyone as a thief. I mean, let them file their whatever, and if you find something, go ahead, but don't just, but all those things were, after left, they were undone. I mean, we are back to there. So I think I'll stop here, but really, really, it was a great session, and thanks to both the panelists. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manzoor. As we conclude this enlightening session, we express our gratitude to our esteemed speakers. Dr. Manzoor Ahmed will now present shields, symbol of our appreciation to each speaker for their invaluable contributions to the discussion. Let's collectively thank them for sharing their time, expertise, and insightful perspective. Dr. Manzoor? You have to present it to Dr. Manzoor as well. After that, we will break for lunch, and we will reconvene shortly after a lunch break for a session that promises to be equally engaging and informative. We will start at 3 p.m.